months previous to the time of making the choice, and the General Assembly next chosen such proposed amendments or amendments shall be agreed by 2/3. Then it shall be the duty of the General Assembly to submit the amendments to the people in the next general election. And so that's how we amend our Constitution. It's a little more complex than the United States amendments. All right, let's get Mr. Guy, please. Good morning, Mr. Guy. We're back today to continue our trial. First matter to address is this weekend, Mr. Wicker, juror number 7, had an incident where he injured his hand and is going to have surgery on his hand today and will not be with us this morning. And so I'm going to replace Mr. Wicker with our first alternate, which is Miss Mother Angari. I need to learn how to say that one. So she'll move into seat number 7, which will move Mr. Robinson to seat 13. Miss Lindell will go to seat 14, and Miss Ridgel will go to seat 15, which will open up that back row. All right, General, any questions about that?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Halston?
No, Your Honor.
All right, General, do you have any preliminary matters we need to address? We're still waiting on a couple jurors.
I've got 2 of those.
Yes, sir. Mother Angari goes to 7, and then All right, General, any issues from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Halstead?
No, Your
All right, folks, we're still waiting on a couple jurors. I'm going to take a short break. As soon as they get here, we'll come in.
I have a question.
Yes.
At what point do you want to have that jury out hearing on the 8033 issue, like after our openings?
Yeah, I figured we would probably have some time around lunch. Do you have those witnesses here?
They'll be here, yeah.
Okay.
They're my first witnesses, so, among
Okay.
my first witnesses, so I thought that would be a good time to deal with it.
So if openings end before lunch, we can do it during the recess before you start with your first witness. If not, then we'll just do that at lunchtime.
I had some cases that I wanted to give you, but you've probably already read them, so. Trustee and,
I probably have, but you can submit them when we do the argument. All right, let's take a short recess. I'll go see if our last jurors are here, and then the first thing we'll do is we'll swear them in. I do my preliminary instructions, and then we'll jump into opening. All right, court's in recess. Christy. All right, welcome back, everyone. All of our jurors are here and ready to go. I want to explain our protocols and why space in the courtroom is so limited. Due to the COVID virus, the Supreme Court has asked that all local courts follow certain guidelines, including social distancing and masks. That's why everybody has to wear a mask. Once the trial begins with testimony, we're going to move the plexiglass to the witness stand, and I'll put my mask on, and that'll allow the jurors to take their mask off if they're behind here. Here's the thing, folks. I'm trying a double homicide case. I cannot worry about social distancing. So you're all adults. Y'all know who lives in the same households and who's hanging out together. I can't focus on that. I just ask that you honor the Tennessee Supreme Court wishes, which are also my orders now as well too. And so we're making as much space as we can for the public. There has been some concern about public access and limited space in the courtroom. I think that's being accomplished through media coverage. So anyway, that's all I'm going to say about the protocols. Just make sure you're following those. I can't really focus on policing them. All right, gentlemen, you ready to bring our jury in?
Yes.
You ready, Mr. Halstead?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and bring them in. Yeah, tell them to go ahead and remain standing this time. Folks, whenever the jury comes in or out, just go ahead and stand. It'll take us a minute to get them down here. They're at the far end of the hall, socially distanced from our other jury. Gotcha. Oops. So we'll do the jury first and the court officers. All right, I'm going to ask the jury to remain standing. Everyone else, you can have a seat. Well, good morning to our jurors. Thank you for being here promptly with us this morning. I appreciate your service once again to our community. Normally, when you come into the courtroom, you can go ahead and immediately take your seat as soon as you get there. But if you recall, when we were selecting the jury last week, I told you if you're selected to be on this jury, you're going to take another oath. And so it's time for you to take that really important oath. So if you would all please now raise your right hands. After you hear the oath, if you agree to it, signify by saying, "I do."
Do you solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the issues? Joined from the state of Tennessee is the plaintiff, and Joel Michael Guy, charged with first-degree murder, felony murder, and abuse of a corpse, is the defendant, and a true and just verdict rendered according to the law and the evidence, so help you God.
All right, have a seat, folks. You are now impaneled as the jury in this case. You may have noticed that we've had a little bit of change in the seating. Ms. Motherham Gari is now in juror number 7, which means our alternates move up. Unfortunately, Mr. Wicker, okay, but he needs to have surgery on his hand today, so we've lost one. So that's why we pick our alternate jurors. So thank you again for being here, folks. If you're going to use power tools, just be careful and again, continue to socially distance from everybody. Don't. This is not a good week for you to go out and socialize a lot. I want to make sure we keep you all folks safe and healthy, all right? Now, what I'm going to do is have my court officers take their oath. So listen to this oath, and I'm going to tell you what they're doing in just a minute. Officers.
You solemnly swear to take charge of this jury, keep them separate and apart from all persons, not converse with them about the matters on trial, nor permit anyone else to do so, and return them again in open court on orders of the court, so help you God.
All right, folks, those folks that just took the oath, they're your court officers. Their primary job is to keep you folks taken care of, keep you separate and apart from anyone else. That means they can't let anybody talk to you about this case. If you have any cares or concerns during the course of this trial, they are the right people to go to. This is Officer Shaver right here and Officer Coker in uniform. Over here we have Officer Kerr in uniform, and back here's Officer Thompson. Now, they cannot talk to you about this case, but if you have a question like what's for lunch or when are we going back in there, you can certainly talk to them about those issues, and they can answer those questions. If you have a concern about the case, anything that's going on during the trial, you can relay those to them, but they'll have to bring that to me to address if I can. But they're the folks to go to if you have any concerns whatsoever. All right? Now, what I'm going to do is read to you some preliminary instructions. These instructions are designed to give you an idea of the outline that our trial will follow, as well as an idea of what your job as a juror will be and what my job as the judge will be. So please listen closely as I go through these instructions. It takes me about 10 minutes. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charge is referred to as the indictment. The indictment is a formal written accusation against the defendant, but does not create any inference of guilt. The defendant is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of felony first-degree murder, and I'll explain to you the difference in those before you begin deliberations, and 2 counts of abuse of a corpse. The elements of each of those offenses will be defined for you in my written jury instructions that you will receive before you begin deliberations in this case. The defendant is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all the evidence in the case, the attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof remains with the state throughout the trial of the case. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you have an idea what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you to understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, an attorney for the defendant may make an opening statement if they should so choose. They do not have to make an opening statement because the defendant has no burden of proof in this case. If they do make an opening statement, I remind you that statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The witnesses will be testifying based upon questions asked by the attorneys. The questions asked by the attorneys are not evidence. Only the responses of the attorneys are considered evidence. And of course, that's in the context of the question that was asked. For instance, if the attorney says the shirt was red, wasn't it? And the witness simply says yes, then you may take that to mean the testimony is that the shirt was in fact red. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. And after you hear the state's rebuttal proof, the defense may put on further proof. Once you have heard all the evidence in the case, the parties may present final or closing arguments. Again, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented and what inferences they wish to draw from that evidence. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you on the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. At that point, I'll excuse the alternate jurors if we still have any left, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. So now that I've described the trial itself in outline form, let me explain the function that you and I perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case, and my decision will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raise, as well as in my final written jury instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to those facts, and from that application, you will arrive at a verdict. The state has a burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden never shifts, but remains on the state throughout the entire case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. You as jurors must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crime charged in the indictment. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. There is no specific set of guidelines on what you should consider in making that decision. I suggest use common sense first and foremost. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony of the witnesses. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes, and that's why I provided you those notebooks and pens. If you want to take notes during the trial, you certainly can. You will have those with you during deliberations to refresh your memory. If you don't want to, if you just want to focus on what's being said, you certainly can do that as well. Everybody retains things differently, and I'll leave that up to you to know what works best for you. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk to them about any subject whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway, on an elevator, or at some other location. If you do, the best standing rule is not to say anything at all. And that is hard for us in East Tennessee because we are a friendly bunch of folks. And if you see somebody you recognize, you're naturally going to nod, smile, at least say hi. If any of these people see you while this case is going on, they're completely ignore you. If they're walking toward you, they're going to stop and turn and walk away from you. They're certainly not going to say anything to you. They're not even going to make eye contact. Again, please don't be insulted by that. They're not being rude. They're just following my instructions to make sure we keep you folks separate and apart from anyone else throughout this entire process. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law at the end of the case and I allow you to begin deliberations. It's important that you wait till you've heard all the evidence in the case before you begin deliberations. And that's another instruction that is difficult to follow because naturally when you take a break, you're going to want to talk with your fellow jurors about maybe a witness you just heard or something that was displayed in evidence. Please do not do that. Don't say anything at all during breaks or lunch or at any point during this trial until deliberations begin with your fellow jurors. Just keep it all in your mind. Once deliberations start, you'll have an opportunity to talk about everything you saw and heard, but don't say anything at all about what's going on during the trial. And that includes not only among yourselves as jurors, but with you and your family and friends. So when you go home at the end of the day or you call home at lunch or call work, please don't talk to them at all about this trial. I gave you that caution last week several times. I'm going to continue to do that. So just make sure that you're not saying anything. Just keep it all in your mind until deliberations begin. You as jurors must decide this case based solely on the evidence presented within the four walls of this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research on your own or try to gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. In other words, don't consult any dictionaries, electronic devices, media, or use your phones or anything else in any way to gather information about this case. Everything you need to decide this case will be presented inside this courtroom during the trial, or you already have it in your heads from your own life experiences. So it's very important that when you take a break or during deliberations or at any point during this trial, if you're using your phone, it's not connected to this case whatsoever. I let you keep your phones with you. Some judges don't. Some judges collect every juror's phone when they walk in the courthouse in the morning. I know you need to stay connected to the rest of your lives outside of this trial. I just want to reiterate to you, don't consult your phones at all. I had a juror one time look up the definition of a word asking Siri a question. That's something we've all become accustomed to. Well, you've gone outside of the information in the trial, and that caused a real problem for us. So don't use your phones in any way to help you during the course of this trial. There will be media reports in the newspapers, radio, and television about this case. I've already given you multiple warnings about that. I'm going to do that one more time, and that is please avoid any media coverage about this case. And I also want to caution you again about social media. Many of us follow reporters on our social media. Some of us even have pop-ups on our phone that gives us notifications. If that is the case for you, I would instruct you to avoid social media during the course of this week. And also local coverage, I would encourage you not to watch the news this week. I know there's a big political debate tomorrow. I would suggest to you, if you want to watch that, then do that through a national news media, just so you don't hear any blurbs or anything at all about this case. So just be extra careful about your media exposure over the next week, or at least until this case is concluded. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that was asked by another witness or by another attorney, or to an answer that a witness has given. This simply means that the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from our ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to legal determinations that I have to make and should not influence your thinking at all. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. If I sustain an objection to a statement that was made, you must put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. I'll probably say something to the effect of, please disregard the statement of the witness. You may not ask questions of the witnesses. It's the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence to you, and you have to base your decision upon that. I may ask a question or two of a witness. If I do, that does not indicate any opinion regarding the facts of this case or any opinion regarding that witness's credibility. Again, those are simply questions that I have to ask. You can consider the answer as proof in the case, but please don't put any undue emphasis on a question that I have asked. It'd be no different than one of the attorneys asking the question. Finally, during the course of trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to consult with the attorneys about certain issues of law. If I do, in some cases, we will do that with you remaining in the courtroom. We'll step over to the far side where Officer Thompson is, outside of your hearing. It'll be on the record, but no one else in the courtroom will hear it, where we can have brief discussions about the law. In other cases, I may need to send you out of the courtroom back to the jury holding area, where we take up a matter out of your presence. Again, these are important decisions that I have to make, and sometimes it's pretty quick and easy for me to make up my mind. Other times it will require for me to listen to a more lengthy argument from the attorneys, maybe even hear some additional proof. If that were to happen and we end up with a long delay and you're back there in the jury area twiddling your thumbs wondering what's going on, please don't hold that against either side here. If you want to blame somebody for the long delays, just blame me and my poor legal education. I owe it to these parties and the citizens of the state to get these decisions right, and sometimes I need to take a little bit of time to think these things through. So I'd ask you to be patient with me, but again, if you want to blame somebody, just put that on my shoulders. If after your deliberations you find the defendant guilty of any offense, the court will set any appropriate punishment according to the law. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment in any way. Now, the last thing I'm going to tell you before I turn this over to the attorneys for opening statements is somebody may have said last week when you came in here, you're going into Judge Sword's courtroom, and that's just sort of shorthand people use. If you're going in Division I, they'll say this is Judge Sword's courtroom. If you're in Division II, they'll say you're in Judge Hickson's courtroom. Or if you're downstairs in Division III, they'll say you're in Judge Green's courtroom. This courtroom does not belong to Judge Sword. This is not my courtroom. I just simply work here. This courtroom belongs to the people of the state of Tennessee. And guess who that is? That's you folks. This is your courtroom. So I want you to feel every bit as comfortable sitting here in this jury room, or in that jury box in the back now, as you would sitting in your own living room. I hope I've impressed upon you how incredibly important service that you're providing to our community. So I want you to know if there's anything that I can do to assist you in the performance of that duty, please don't hesitate to ask. If you're having a hard time hearing me or an attorney or a witness, please raise your hand, especially you folks in the back. Raise your hand. Let me know. I will turn the microphones up or ask them to speak up. If you need a break, I will take a break whenever you folks need to. If we took a break 5 minutes ago and you want another break, we will take another break. We'll take as many as you folks want. So please don't hesitate to ask for that. You are in control of that as much as possible. All right. That being said, We're going to publish the indictment to you. And so, General Sanchez, if you'd please publish the indictment.
State of Tennessee, County of Knox, Criminal Court for Knox County, Tennessee. The grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, upon their oaths, present that Joel Michael Guy, heretofore to wit, on or about the blank day in November 2016, in the state and county aforesaid, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Joel Guy Sr. in violation of TCA 3913-202 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Second count, and the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present that Joel Michael Guy, heretofore to wit, on or about the blank day of November 2016, in the state and county aforesaid, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Lisa Guy in violation of TCA 3913-202 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Third count, the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present that Joel Michael Guy, heretofore to wit, on or about the blank day of November 2016, in the state and county aforesaid, did unlawfully kill Lisa Guy during the perpetration of first-degree murder in violation of TCA 3913-202 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Fourth count, and the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present that Joel Michael Guy, heretofore to wit, on or about the blank day of November 2016, in the state and county aforesaid, did unlawfully kill Joel Guy Sr. during the perpetration of theft in violation of TCA 3913-202 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Fifth count, and the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present that Joel Michael Guy, heretofore to wit, on or about the blank day of November 2016, in the state and county aforesaid, did unlawfully kill Lisa Guy during the perpetration of theft in violation of TCA 3913-202 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Sixth count, and the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present that Joel Michael Guy, heretofore to wit, on or about the blank day of November 2016, in the state and county aforesaid, did unlawfully, knowingly, and without legal privilege, physically mistreat the corpse of Joel Guy Sr. in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person in violation of TCA 3917-312 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Seventh count, and the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present that Joel Michael Guy, heretofore to wit, on or about the blank day of November 2016, in the state and county aforesaid, did unlawfully, knowingly, and without legal privilege, physically mistreat the corpse of Lisa Guy in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person in violation of TCA 3917-312 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Sean P. Allen, District Attorney General.
Thank you, General Sanchez. Mr. Halstead, how does Mr. Guy plead to these allegations?
Not guilty.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, you're excused. Thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, is the rule sequestration of witnesses requested?
Yes.
All right, if there are any witnesses involved in this case in the courtroom, Mr. McCord, your designated detective, you may remain in the courtroom. Any other witnesses, you must be excused at this point. You may not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses.
Family members or witnesses.
Oh, and family members as well, too. So nobody should talk about any testimony that you hear during the course of this trial. And also, I would instruct you, you cannot watch any live streaming. If there's any live streaming from media on this, those witnesses are prohibited from doing that as well, too. All right, it is time for opening statements. General, you may begin your opening statement.
I would like to clarify that the family can remain.
There are any objection family members remaining who...
No, Your Honor.
They may remain under the Article Victims' Rights Act. I can't remember what it is.
Don't ask me.
All right, John, you may begin your opening statement whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time and attention this week. I want to thank you in advance. We expect to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that on November the 26th of 2016, Joel Michael Guy Sr. was viciously attacked in his home in the exercise room that he had upstairs. During this assault, he sustained 42 sharp force injuries. You're going to hear proof from the medical examiner and from a forensic anthropologist about these injuries. And what you're going to hear is that these injuries were so severe that marks were left on his ribs, 12 of his ribs, marks ranging from scratches to complete severing. The medical examiner is going to tell you that the cause of his death was multiple sharp force injuries that caused damage to his lungs, to his liver, and to his kidneys. He sustained a wound to his scapula, which is where your shoulder is, and it was such a severe wound that a fragment from a blunt force instrument was left in the muscular tissue next to the bone. He sustained abdominal wounds, so he was attacked from the front as well as the back. You're going to hear testimony that most of the stab wounds occurred in the back portion of his body. His hands were severed at the wrists. And you're going to hear evidence that there was a lot of blood staining evidence in this exercise room that indicated that there was a fierce struggle. In one corner of the room, there is blood evidence to show that there was thrashing motion. It left not only blood marks, but wipe marks and droplets on 2 walls of the room, and extensive blood staining on the carpet. You will hear that he sustained defensive injuries on both of his hands, which indicate that he was fighting, and he fought for his life. And his hands were sliced. And you're going to see photographs and hear testimony about the nature and the extent of these injuries. After he was murdered, the killer disrobed him, meticulously took off his clothes, his shoes, his pants, his shirt and jacket, and left them in a heap on the carpet. He left Joel Sr.'s cigarettes on top of the pile, and they were blood-stained. He left his hands in the room. At some point, Lisa Guy came home, and she too was subjected to a violent assault. And you're going to hear testimony and see proof of her injuries. She was stabbed 31 times, and she sustained serious injuries to her ribs. She had 21 rib injuries. 21. 9 of her ribs were severed. And you will hear a forensic anthropologist talk to you about the variation of the injuries to her ribs, indicating not just slice marks, scratches, severing, but also evidence that the sharp instrument used to stab her twisted into the cartilage of her ribs. She had one rib that was fractured from blunt force trauma, not sharp force, but blunt force, indicating that there was pressure applied to her ribs. And you will hear that most of these injuries occurred to her back. She had one injury to her clavicle and a stab wound, and she had several stab wounds to her buttock. You will hear testimony that there was evidence in the upper hall at the top of the stairwell from the bottom floor to the top floor that indicates that this is where her murder took place. Blood staining on the walls, drip marks, marks that indicate a spray, perhaps. And like Joel Sr., her clothes were removed from her. They were cut off and left in a bloody pile on top of a large blood stain on the carpet. You will hear that the scissors were found there, along with a knife. You will hear that there were also 2 knives left in the exercise room. So at some point, after Joel Sr. and Lisa were murdered, the killer went to work on their bodies. Joel Sr.'s arms, both of them, were severed at the joint, the shoulder blade. Both of his legs were removed at the hip. His right foot was removed at the ankle. And as you know, his hands, of course, were also removed at the wrist. Lisa had both of her arms removed from her torso at the shoulder. Both of her legs were cut off below the knee. Her right hand was severed from her arm, and the killer cut off her head. You will hear testimony from a forensic anthropologist who will tell you that her head was basically broken from a part of the spine called the atlas. There was a blunt force trauma applied to her neck before her head was severed from her spine. After the limbs of these people were removed, the killer placed them separately into two 45-gallon blue Sterlite containers. You will hear testimony and see evidence of where that took place, and you will learn that in the master bedroom of their home, plastic sheeting was placed on the floor, and these blue plastic bins were placed on the sheeting. The killer put Lisa's body parts in one, and he put Joel Sr.'s in the other. And then he covered them with a corrosive substance and left them there to liquefy into some sort of diabolical stew of human remains. And then the killer took Lisa's head and carried it downstairs and took it into the kitchen. He got out a stock pot, placed her head in the pot, filled it with liquid, carried it over to the stove, covered it, turned on the stove, and left it there to cook. So, you will hear some proof from family members about this family. And you're going to hear this photograph was taken on the Thanksgiving day just before their murders, November the 24th. Photograph was taken by Michelle Dennison, Joel Sr.'s daughter. And you're going to hear a little bit about this family. You're going to hear that Joel and Lisa were very happily married. They loved each other. They had been married for 31 years. And the defendant was their only child. But Joel Sr. had been married before, years before, and he had 3 daughters, Candace and twins, Michelle and Angela. And you're going to hear from each of them a little bit about their family. And you're going to hear that they communicated regularly, and they had a great relationship with their dad and with Lisa, whom they were very fond of. Lisa had treated them like they were her own. You're going to hear a little bit about the dynamics of this family, and you're going to hear that on Thanksgiving, Joel and Lisa had arranged to have a family get-together, and Michelle and her boyfriend and her 3 young sons, who are depicted in this photograph, came to spend the day, all that Thursday, came to spend the day with Lisa and Joel. Angela and Candace weren't able to come, so it was just these people, along with the defendant, who came up from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where he lived. He drove up the day before, November the 23rd. You're going to hear that this was going to be, and I'm not being smart aleck, when I say it was going to be their last Thanksgiving in this home that they had on Goldenview Lane in Knox County, because they were moving. Joel and Lisa had plans. Joel had worked as a contractor. He designed piping systems. Lisa had a job with Jacobs Engineering. She was a disbursement specialist. And they were done with work. Lisa had turned in her notice. Joel's contract was concluded, and they had decided to retire for a while. And they were moving. Their house was for sale. They had a contract on it. And Joel was going to buy his family home in Surgoinsville, Tennessee, in Upper East Tennessee, near Kingsport. And he had made arrangements with his sister, Robin White, to purchase the home. And this was going to be the last Thanksgiving that the family was going to spend in Knoxville. Their next holiday plans were going to be for Christmas in Surgoinsville. They were ready, to move on and to enjoy what was left of their lives. So, I want to give you an idea of kind of a timeline for where we are this weekend. And you're going to see that the defendant came to Knoxville from Baton Rouge on November the 23rd. The family get-together was on Thanksgiving the 24th. You will hear proof that on November the 25th, Joel and Lisa and the defendant drove up to Surgoinsville to deliver a boat that Joel Sr. had, and he wanted to take it to the Surgoinsville house. You will see and hear evidence that Lisa was alive on November the 26th, sometime after noon. We know that because of evidence we have from a shopping trip that she made in Knoxville. And we know that the defendant was in Knoxville on November the 26th, also because of evidence we have from a receipt where he went shopping at a store, a Walmart store, and was seen there around 3:35. The evidence will show that Joel and Lisa were murdered on Saturday, November the 26th. You will hear proof that the defendant left Knoxville at some point on November the 27th, and you will hear proof that the guys' bodies were found on Monday, November the 28th. So, how did that happen? Jennifer Whitehead is a supervisor at Jacob Engineering. She worked with Lisa. They were work friends. They had a good relationship. And she's going to tell you that the week after Thanksgiving was going to be Lisa's last week of work. She was due to, I'm sorry I keep doing this, but I cannot. I'm having a hard time speaking. She was going to have her last day on Friday of that week, and she didn't show up for work on Monday. Now, this was very unusual. Jennifer's going to tell you that Lisa was quite dependable, and Jennifer was worried about why she didn't show up and why she didn't call, why she didn't text. She became concerned because she started to call her. Some women at work had planned to take Lisa out for lunch that day, kind of a going-away luncheon. And this was highly unusual behavior. So Jennifer calls and texts multiple times, and with no response. And she became so concerned and had such a weird feeling about it that she called 911 and asked them to send officers out to perform what we call a welfare check. And you're going to hear evidence that an officer, Stephen Ballard, did go by the house on Goldenview Lane in Knox County, and he went to check things out. he will tell you that, he saw cars in the driveway, really didn't see any signs of disturbance. He didn't look that closely, knocked on the door, I think, nobody answered, and then he left. But Jennifer wasn't satisfied, and she persisted, and she asked the sheriff's department, because this was in the county, to check again. So Detective Jeremy McCord made a trip over there, and he made a number of observations while he was there. He too noted that there were 3 vehicles in the driveway, 2 cars and a truck. He noted the for sale sign in the front yard, and he thought that was kind of significant because he had been looking at houses himself, and he noticed on the front door that there wasn't a realtor lockbox. Typically, that can happen when that will be present when a house is for sale. He went to the front door and knocked and didn't receive an answer. He knocked hard, identified himself as a member of the sheriff's department, wanted to let whoever was inside know that he was there to check on their welfare. And when he was at the front door, if you will notice these, he was able to look in and see through the windows that there were groceries that were scattered in the floor of the foyer area. And that concerned him. There were a number of bags left in the floor. So no one responded to the knocks, and he decided to go around back. And when he went around back, he observed that the doorknob from the back door was missing. It's completely gone. And he thought, well, that's strange, because the doorknob on the front door had looked sort of weird to him. It didn't look like it fit properly in the front door. There were scratch marks around it. And so he made the conclusion that for some reason, the doorknob from the back door had been removed and placed on the front door. And he just felt like something was wrong. He heard a dog barking inside. And he just kind of became alarmed, and he felt like there was a need for officers to go inside. He even called the realtor to try to figure out, what was going on. Those were their cars. The realtor suggested maybe looking inside one of the cars to see if there was a garage door opener that could open the garage door so he could get in. And he made the decision to go in. In law enforcement, this is kind of called exigent circumstances, and it means that there is a fear people, they find people who are sick, and sometimes they find people who are deceased. And so he was worried and decided that, he needed to check on their welfare, and so he went in. And when he did so, immediately upon opening the garage door, he felt more of what he had felt when he was at the back door. When he was at the back door and looked through the hole that was left from the doorknob, he had felt heat and had detected kind of an odor that concerned him. But when he opened the garage door, there was a blast of heat and an overpowering smell, something strange, something that he had not smelled before. And so, being alarmed at the unusual nature of this situation, he decided to go in with some trepidation. He was careful. And the way law enforcement officers go into a house under these circumstances, because there may be danger there, who knows what they might encounter, they go from room to room. They announce themselves as law enforcement officers, and they move through the house in what is called a clear. They're clearing it. And he will tell you that they entered through the garage into the kitchen area, and he's going to describe for you the things that he found inside the house that were very unusual to him. I mean, other than the heat, which he will tell you is, when they looked at the thermostat, the temperatures were in the high 90s, okay? I'm not talking about a warm house. I'm talking about a hot house. And I'm talking about an odor that caused officers to have physical reactions to. In the kitchen of the house, he saw things scattered on the floor, and he noticed towels and bottles of bleach and a bottle of muriatic acid and garbage bags. He noticed that the stove was operating and there was a pot on it. He noticed that the oven was on. He noticed that there was a cell phone on the counter, and on the kitchen table there were 2 wallets that were out. You know, that one looked like it belonged to a female. There was a picture, an ID of a woman on it. The other was brown, looked more masculine. A ball-peen hammer and a vice grip, a lady's purse on the table. It looked unusual to him. He kept announcing law enforcement. And he moved through the house. He went into the dining room, and there he saw weapons on the dining room table, boxes of ammunition in the floor. There were tools also on the dining room table, a screwdriver and what appeared to be a lock set, another doorknob lock set. In the foyer, there were multiple bags from a Walmart that had groceries inside them, including perishables, things like ice cream, bacon, and sausage, the sort of things that one would, you would expect that you would put away in the refrigerator as soon as you came home. Some boxes of beer. And as he went through the house in the downstairs, he just became more and more anxious. There was a little study area, a den. The den contained the door that had the missing doorknob. There was animal waste, feces on the carpet, and urine stains. There was a heater that was plugged in and was operating at full blast. And again, he noticed the thermostat set so high. He goes through the downstairs, and as he did so, he starts to feel fear. And, I mean, he'll tell you, he's not ashamed to tell you, it was scary. He began to go up the stairwell, and as he was going up the stairs, he noticed that there were blood drip marks on the walls, and there was blood on the carpet. And I mean, at this point, he will tell you he knew that something terrible was wrong. And at the top of the stairs, he sees this pile of clothing, this pile of bloody clothing and bloody scissors and a bloody knife and a big blood pool. And he looks down the hall and he sees a pair of severed hands on the carpet in a room down the hall. And it freaked him out. His fear turned to horror as he continued to go through the upstairs, clearing, the dogs barking on and off. He goes into the master bedroom, and he sees in the floor a weird assorted jumble of articles that don't even appear to be used. There's a bag of clothes, there is a work light, there's a sledgehammer, there's a portable heater that you can clamp on. It clamps on to a surface. There's a face mask that looks sort of like what one would use to do painting, a more protective mask than the one that I'm wearing. There's a blender and a box of latex gloves, a black garbage bag. A roll of plastic sheeting is on the bed, which is made. Well, it was made and tidy. And Beanie Babies, pile of Beanie Babies on the carpet next to all of this. And other articles. I'm not sure that I'm remembering all of them. bottles of food-grade hydrogen peroxide, like jugs, big jugs. A jug of liquid fire, which is a drain opener. Back in the hall, next to Lisa's clothing, there were 3 empty, big gallon, 5-gallon, I'm not sure how many gallon tubs of something called sewer line cleaner number 2, and an empty bottle of Robic drain opening solution. That was in the hall. So back to the master bedroom. All of these weird, unusual products are here. And the master bath door is open. And of course, he can see what I described to you just a few minutes ago. And it's something he will tell you that he never expected to see. And he can't unsee it. The floor of the master bath coated in plastic, the same plastic sheeting cut from the sheeting that was left on the bed. A garden hose connected to the shower head, a heater running full blast, a knife in the sink, and the remains of what appeared to be human beings. At the time, Detective McCord will tell you he didn't know how many, who they were. He didn't know what he was dealing with. And they continued to clear the house. And in nearly every room in the house, they find evidence. I think there was one room that was used for storage that there was packing. You could tell that the homeowners were packing. Things were boxed up. I don't think they recovered anything out of that room, but there's a guest bedroom that they went into. And in that room, on the bed, the unmade bed, there was a laptop computer that was plugged in, a used latex glove on the carpet. There was a backpack in a corner. There was a bloody jug of the same food-grade hydrogen peroxide on the dresser, along with a box of latex gloves, some credit cards that appeared to be issued to Joel Sr., other articles, blood staining on the carpet and a blood stain on the sheet, I think. There's a bathroom upstairs in the hall, sort of a guest bathroom. But I forgot something important in the guest bedroom. There were 2 blue tote lids that corresponded with the blue plastic bins that were in the master bathroom. The lids, 2 lids for these were found. One propped up next to a suitcase that had some rumpled clothing in it, and also one under the bed. So the tote lids that corresponded to the tubs in the master bath were in the guest bedroom, along with a note that was in the suitcase that mentioned a store, had the address of a business in Louisiana. I love this name, Dan Boudreaux's Ace Hardware in Napoleonville, Louisiana. So that note was in the suitcase in the guest bedroom. So they move on to the guest bath, and it's a mess. There are blood stains everywhere, on the door, on the floor, on the sink and the counter. There's a pile of clothes, like some shorts and a t-shirt and underwear that have some blood staining on them in the floor. Used latex gloves scattered on the countertop, a knife on the counter, bottles of rubbing alcohol, a couple of bottles of those, a couple of bottles of hydrogen peroxide, some medical tape. Looked like someone had treated an injury there. Okay, just blood staining everywhere, and some other first aid supplies. And also on the counter, there's a Walmart bag that contains a receipt, and that receipt depicts the products that were found in the room, and that receipt depicted a date, November the 26th, 2016, and it depicted a time, 15:35:25, 3:35 p.m. And as if all of those discoveries weren't bad enough, go back downstairs after they've gotten rid of the dog that was locked up in a laundry room, in this stifling heat. They get someone to take care of the animal, to get it out of the house and to be treated. I don't know, Animal Rescue, the Humane Society. He was animal control, I guess is what it's called. But they go back down to the kitchen, and they open the lid on the pot on the stove, and they discover a human head. And they will later learn that that's Lisa Guy's head cooking. Still simmering. The stove was still on. So Detective McCord and the other officers there, they realize this is a monstrous crime, okay? They're feeling some sense of urgency now to figure out who did this. And they have to take steps to figure out how in the world, what are we going to do? How are we going to solve this? So they do what investigators do, and they interview people. They do a neighborhood canvass. They talk to people in the neighborhood to try to figure out when the guys were last seen, who may have been at the house. They notify next of kin. They discover from Michelle Dennison that she was just there, that she was there on Thanksgiving, that her half-brother, Joel Jr., Joel Michael, they call him, was there. He gets a description of vehicles. He gets on that receipt from Walmart. And when he goes to Walmart to check this out, he's able to talk to someone there who is kind enough to cooperate, and they give him video. They maintain security footage at the stores because of shoplifters and for business purposes. And so Detective McCord is able to, that very day, the 28th, get a video image and a still shot of the person who made that purchase. And he is able to have that person who's depicted in that image identified as Joel and Lisa's only son, Joel Michael Guy, the defendant. And they get an arrest warrant based upon this information and other information. One of the things that greatly concerned them is that in this image that they saw at Walmart, the defendant is his hand is bandaged, okay, and he's buying medical supplies, and he's not there. And they've received information that he has gone back to Louisiana, back to Baton Rouge on November the 27th. And so based upon that and other evidence, they get an arrest warrant, and they enlist the assistance of law enforcement officers from the Louisiana State Police, the FBI, and the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office. And all of these agencies work together, and the defendant is arrested, I believe, on November the 29th of 2016. And you will hear testimony from people who saw him there, who will tell you that his hands were sliced. He had a couple of cut marks on his hands. So you will hear that all of the evidence in this case we submit to you points to the defendant as the killer of his parents. And one of the things that we consider in this calculation is, the times of death. The medical examiner and Dr. Marks, the forensic anthropologist, can't tell you how long Joel and Lisa were in those, how long their body parts were liquefying in those tubs. They can't make that determination. But we do know certain things. We know from receipts found in Lisa's belongings where she was on November the 26th, and that she was alive at some point. And we know that from a receipt found in her purse at the scene that she was at this Walmart in Turkey Creek at 12:18 in the afternoon, making the purchases of the items that were found in the foyer. Okay? The receipt, they were able to match up the items listed on the receipt with things that were in the foyer floor. We know that before that, she had gone to PetSmart in Turkey Creek, in the same little shopping center, to get, to get dog food for her dog. And this is a map, an aerial map. You'll see right up there in that corner. That's Goldenview Lane, that little red circle. That's how close they live to. This is the Turkey Creek Shopping Center. Here's the PetSmart, and here is the Walmart. So as you can see, she's not that far from the shopping center. She didn't live that far, and I don't know what the traffic was like on that date, but we can assume that at some point she made it home. And we know she made it home because her car was found in the driveway, and the groceries were in the foyer, and you will hear from her daughters that that's not usually how Lisa got into the house. Usually she would come through the garage that they sort of used as a sitting room. They were smokers, so they smoked in their garage. And her typical way of getting into the house would be through the garage door and into the kitchen. It's sort of the logical way most of us carry our groceries in. It's closest to the area where we're going to put them away. But she didn't use the garage entry that day. So we know she got home. We know that her purse was found in the kitchen, her keys, her cell phone was on the kitchen counter. She made it home. So we believe the state will prove that she was murdered between that time that it took her to get home, maybe 12:30 p.m. on the 26th, and before 3:35 p.m., because state will prove to you that the defendant was already hurt by 3:35. This is the Walmart receipt, and you will see that it shows November the 26th, 15:35:25, and here he is, leaving the store, and you will note this bandage on his hand. Here's a close-up of him getting the self-checkout, getting his medical supplies for his wounds. So now we know he went back to the house, right? We know he went back to the house because the things that he purchased at Walmart around 3:35 are on the bathroom counter. And I want you to look at these. So here's the receipt again. And here's the bag that the receipt was in. Here's a knife. DNA's on part of that knife. Here's some hydrogen peroxide. There's some bandages that were recovered. There's some alcohol, rubbing alcohol, this Dermaplast, something like that, some kind of first aid spray. And then all of these gloves. This is Joel Sr.'s cell phone. You'll hear from Kim Lowe special agent with the TBI, that the defendant's DNA was found on 6 of those gloves, inside and out. So, Joel and Lisa Guy were dead by 3:35 p.m. And we believe the proof will show that after the defendant tended his injuries, he went to work on their bodies and did what he did to them. The forensic anthropologist has a nice name for what he did. It's called disarticulation. That's an elegant name for cutting off their arms and legs and Lisa's head. So, we will prove to you that the defendant had a plan to do this, that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had a plan, and that is known as premeditation sometimes. Planned in advance. He premeditated. He made, after the exercise of reflection and judgment, made the decision to murder his parents. So in the guest bedroom, where you will hear, Michelle Dennison will tell you that that's where the defendant was staying on Thanksgiving, you're going to see that there was a backpack found in the corner of the room. And it was taken into evidence and later inventoried per the policy of the sheriff's office. That's what they have to do when they seize evidence, something like that. They inventory the contents of it. And here it is. And they opened it, of course, and they found instruction manual for residential hot water heater. They found some books, and they found a notebook. And in the notebook, there was a writing, and I want to go through it with you a little bit, because it's kind of hard to see like this, but we'll start from the first line. Get killing knives. Quiet. Multiple. Get carving knives to make small pieces. Get sledgehammer. Crush bones. And of course, there were multiple knives found at the scene. You will hear there was a knife in the guest bathroom, a knife in the sink in the master bathroom. There were 2 knives next to the pile of bloody clothes that belonged to Joel Guy in the exercise room, and then there was a bloody knife next to Lisa Guy's cut up clothing. There is no evidence that he used the knives to make small pieces other than the hands and head, or that he used the sledgehammer to crush bones. You will not hear evidence of that. Bring blender and food grinder. Grind meat. Well, we will not show you that he did grind any meat, but we will show you that he brought a blender and that in his vehicle that was searched after his arrest in Baton Rouge, he did have a food processor in the trunk. Get bleach, denature proteins. Well, there was bleach, several tubs of bleach in the kitchen. Get plastic bin for denaturation process. And I guess that means for dissolving your parents. Does not matter where they're killed. Just get rid of bloody spots to prevent evidence of time of death, not the mattress or couches. Get rid of bodies inside the house, there and my DNA already there. Because, of course, he had been visiting, so his DNA would be in the house necessarily. I guess that's what that means. He needs to be, I can't read that word, not intruder. Flush chunks down toilet, not garbage disposal. No evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that he did that. But the next line, get plastic sheeting for disposal process. There is evidence that there was plastic sheeting at the scene on the bed where Joel and Lisa Guy slept. Get hollow point bullets just in case. Will be seen buying bullets. Just use computer room gun. Check to make sure there are bullets. Last resort. There were no gunshot wounds to the victims. He's not alive to claim her half of the insurance money. All mine. $500,000. You will hear evidence through Jennifer Whited and through documents from Jacob Engineering that Lisa Guy did have an insurance policy. She was going to be employed until the following Friday after Thanksgiving. And you will see that he was a beneficiary, in fact, to this life insurance policy. Flood the house. Covers up forensic evidence. No evidence that he flooded the house. Turn heater up as high as it goes. Speeds decomposition. Again, thermostats were in the 90s, both upstairs and downstairs. Bleach reacts with luminol, just like blood. Douse area with bleach. Big sprayer. There was a big sprayer in a box on the kitchen floor. I don't know that it had been opened, and I can't tell you that the state will prove that there was evidence that he doused the area with bleach. But there was lye, and he mentioned, it says trash compactor ? The next line is body gives time of death, alibi. Don't have to get rid of body if there's no forensic evidence on the body. His fingerprints and DNA. And that brings us to the severed hands. The severed hands. We believe the state will prove to you that the hands were severed for a purpose, okay? For a purpose. There's a reason behind it. Minimize, and we're on to the second page of the notebook. Minimize things I touch throughout the visit. Wear gloves and socks to prevent fingerprints and footprints. And as I said, you will see photographic evidence that there were gloves, latex gloves, found throughout the house, boxes of them, in his bedroom, in the bedroom that he was using in the house, in the master bedroom, in the kitchen, in the guest bath. Drop something down the garbage disposal to break it. Get him on the ground, or get him on the ground fixing it. Kill him with the knife. Clean up mess from him before she gets home. Kill her with knife. Kill the dog after, and that's marked out, and above it, leave him alive, fingerprints. Take dog with you. I don't know what this says. The first word I don't understand. Him with him is all I can read. The next line is place her in shower, turn on hot water, and point at her to get rid of forensics. Remove her clothes and take them with me for disposal. And you know her clothes were removed. Place him in plastic bin and use it to get him into the upstairs bathroom. Well, Mr. Guy's remains were certainly found in a plastic bin in the upstairs bathroom. Cut off his arm and plant his flesh under her fingernails. And I will remind you that Lisa Guy's right hand was severed from her arm. Place her hand with his DNA so that his DNA is not washed away by shower. Use sodium hydroxide. You'll hear evidence that the sewer line cleaner and other products, that's sodium hydroxide. Use sodium hydroxide to destroy his soft tissue and his softened bones for transport. Baste once every hour to accelerate. Flush sodium hydroxide down the toilet. washout bin with handheld shower head, and then direct handheld into toilet to flush everything out of the pipes and into the public waterway. Douse killing rooms, kitchen, ? With bleach. Place hair curler with flammable paper and flammable containers of gasoline in 4 locations. His killing room, her killing room, his bathroom, her bathroom. Wipe down areas near killing rooms and bathrooms. Turn heaters up to 90 degrees to melt fingerprints and dry everything. Set her phone to send me a text message late Sunday to prove that I was in Baton Rouge and she was, in quotation marks, alive. Leave through front door and wipe down doorknobs. Timer for flammables set for Friday at 10 a.m. Sunlight masks fire but not smoke. Everyone at work, so they can't report it. This is an enlargement of what is on this page. Ultraviolet light shows fingerprints. Check mail before leaving. To get rid of blood, use peroxide, hemoglobin, and bleach, DNA. Destruction of bodies. Composition of body, 20% fat, 20% protein, 55% water, and 5% other components. Assets. These pages will show you that the defendant analyzed the financial assets of his parents. Her assets, her life insurance, $500,000, possibly more with double indemnity. With him missing, dead, I get the whole thing. All her other assets are joint. Go to him if missing, unknown if he's dead. His assets includes all joint property if missing. When he gets all joint property, also gets joint debt. Knoxville house, homeowner's insurance, possibly, but probably worthless after the fire, owe $100,000. Sirgoinsville house, appraised at $400,000 plus, worthless with Renee on the property. You will hear testimony that Renee Charles is Joel Guy Sr.'s sister. His sisters live in the Sirgoinsville area. Her car, his SUV, not paid for. His boat, his old truck, paid for. His 401k, $80,000, possibly less after taxes. He could possibly have savings and or other investment accounts. So we believe that the proof will show you, ladies and gentlemen, that the motive in this case is not an element of the crime, but the motive is financial. Money, all mine, $500,000. I get the whole thing. There are 2 counts of, 3 counts actually, of felony murder involving theft, the theft of property, and we expect to provide testimony that certain financial transactions were made with the guy's assets after the time of their deaths on November the 27th. And other articles of theirs were taken, and we believe that proof will show just what was taken from them. You're going to hear from expert witnesses, as I alluded to, or as I said in earlier. You're going to hear from a DNA expert who will talk to you about the DNA evidence found throughout the house. She's going to tell you exactly where she found the defendant's DNA, certainly on the latex gloves, on some of the weapons, and of course the DNA of Joel and Lisa Guy were found throughout the house and on a lot of the blood evidence. Not all DNA evidence is blood evidence, of course, and she will explain all of this to you. That's Agent Kim Lowe. Then you will hear about the autopsy of Joel Sr. and the autopsy for Lisa. Dr. Amy Hawes with the Forensic Center in Knox County is our expert witness in that area, and she will testify to you about the cause and manner of death, and you will see photographic evidence, and you'll see diagrams, and she will be able to better explain to you than me what exactly happened to them. And again, you're going to hear from a forensic anthropologist, Dr. Murray Marks, with respect to the injuries to the bones of both Joel and Lisa. Joel was identified by fingerprints because we had his hands, and Lisa was identified by dental records. And Dr. Marks will describe for you and show you images of the damage that was done to their bone structures, and explain the difference between dismemberment and disarticulation, and he will be one of our expert witnesses. You will also hear expert testimony on with respect to fingerprints and electronic devices that were examined by Eddie Wassman with the Sheriff's Office, and Tom Finch, who did the fingerprint evidence. So, other than the felony murder counts, the premeditated murder counts, the felony murder counts, Mr. Guy is also charged with 2 counts of abuse of corpse. I don't think we need to belabor that. And you will hear evidence of flight, and the court will give you an instruction on what flight means and how you can judge it with respect to this case. But the evidence we submit to you will show that after killing his parents and dismembering them and trying to destroy evidence of his involvement at this scene, he left, went back to Louisiana. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that at the end of our proof, at the conclusion of everything, turn it off, you will find Joel Michael Guy Jr. guilty of every count of this indictment, because we will have proven it to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, General Nassif. Mr. Halstead, would you like to make an opening statement, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, just very briefly. I first just wanted to introduce myself. Mr. Stevens did all the work in the jury selection. I am John Halstead. This is Mark Stevens, and we are representing today Mr. Guy. I want to start out by saying thank you for being here. Our criminal justice system is probably the best one in the world. And what makes it so great is that we have citizens who are willing to come to court, especially during a pandemic, during a time like this, willing to come to court, spend a week listening to the proof and making a decision. And another strong part of our constitutional criminal process is that that decision has to be made beyond a reasonable doubt. And that reasonable doubt can come from witnesses, it can come from physical evidence, it can come from cross-examination. And we just ask you and know that you will listen to everything very closely, listening for the reasonable doubt and making your decision at the end of the case. Again, I want to thank you for being here. This is a difficult time to try a case, difficult time to do anything, and we really need you, and you've come forward, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, folks, so we are going to take a recess. We're going to rearrange the courtroom to set up the witness stand for the witnesses, and this will take us a little bit of time, but we should be able to start the proof before lunch. I suspect it's probably going to be a 20 to 30 minute break. Once again, do not discuss this case among yourselves. You can leave your notebooks in your chairs if you'd like. Also, if you want to leave personal belongings in the jury room, it'll be locked unless you folks are in there. So feel free to leave your belongings back there if you'd like. At this time, I'd ask you to go with the officers. We're going to start from the front again, and we'll just empty the jury box first and then the back rows. When you may be seated. Jill, you want to do your offer of proof after the break and we get the witness stand?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to do your offer of proof after the break?
Yes, I need a break.
Yeah, so let's do that and we'll move the plexiglass to the witness stand. Let's take a 10-minute recess. 10 minutes probably enough. Let's say 10 minutes
Can
and
you take 15, do you think?
15 minutes.
Please.
Whenever we all get back here, try to make it 15 minutes. Court's in recess. hold on a second. Yes, sir.
Test 1 2 2. Test 1 2 2. And number 1.
First, and then you go. Okay.
Said 8, right?
Test 1 2 2. Test 1 2 2.
I think so. Yeah.
Two. 1 2 1 2.
That's one of the first opening statements I've ever heard that was written by Stephen King. Oh, man, it is. What do you
did that for jury selection, and we did it on teams. We're not doing. No, no, there's, I think maybe, law and crime. Yeah, they got it online. Yeah, no, no, because teams, the judge had to control things when we were in jury selection, and that's just too much. He needs to be focused on this and not getting jurors' face. Yeah, seriously, he's over IT at this point. He is like, I'm ready to do like my stuff and not be the IT guy. It was nice, but truly, I tell you what.
Defendant came to Knoxville from Baton Rouge on November the 23rd. The family get-together
cut him off when come Christmas when he was supposed to come in. But he came in for Thanksgiving instead.
Okay. Thank you. Pass the witness.
Just very briefly, so I understand your testimony is as to your brother. He stated that he had already cut off his son. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And as to your sister-in-law, she told you she was planning to cut him off at Christmas. Is that right?
Yes.
And the conversations that you had, let me ask this, the conversation you had with your brother, was your nephew part of that conversation?
No, he was not there.
Okay. The conversation you had with your sister-in-law, was your nephew a party to that conversation?
Yes. It was all about cutting him off. Yes.
Okay. That was a bad question. Let me ask again. When you talked to your sister-in-law about your nephew, did your nephew hear that conversation while it was going on?
No, he wasn't there.
Okay. That's all I was asking. Thank you. One second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Just to clarify, as to Ms. Guy, your sister-in-law, did you have a conversation with her yourself, or did your brother tell you about your sister-in-law's plan to
No,
cut?
I talked to her about it too.
Okay. And a conversation with her is when she said she was planning to cut him off at Thanksgiving?
Yes.
I mean, at Christmas?
At Christmas, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Angela Crane.
Approach, Judge.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I'm about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat. Once you're seated, you may remain your man.
State your name for the record, please.
Angela Crane.
You're going to have to speak up into the microphone.
Sorry, Angela Crane.
Okay, can you pull the microphone close to your... And are you Joel Geis Sr.'s daughter?
Yes.
And you're the defendant's half-sister?
Yes.
And did you have any conversations in shortly before the Thanksgiving holiday, shortly before their deaths, about your father's intention to stop providing support for your brother?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said that Joe Michael was going to be cut off and going to have to stand on his own 2 feet.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Lisa Guy about this?
Yes.
And what were those? What did she say to you?
She agreed. It was all in the same conversation with Dad and Lisa.
And this happened close in time to their deaths. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Very briefly, Ms. Crane, do you recall when this conversation happened?
Probably October, around the middle, one of my trips back home to Tennessee.
Okay. And I understood you to say this was a single conversation with the two of them.
It's been an ongoing family conversation and knowledge. I know Dad had cut Joe Michael off probably years before, and the only reason why Lisa ever had a job, because she didn't need to work, was to solely take her check and provide it to Joe Michael, so he didn't need to work.
Okay. The conversation that you had, you said you thought was in October.
Yes.
And in which you repeated statements from both Joel Guy Sr. and Lisa Guy. I'm just trying to understand, is that a time when there was the three of you talking about it together, or did you talk about it with one and then with the other?
3 of us together.
Okay. And did they indicate in those conversations, or in that conversation, the time when Joel Guy Jr. would be cut off?
After they retired and moved back to Sigornsville, moved home.
Okay. And obvious question, but at the time you had the conversation in October With Mr. Guy Sr. and Ms. Guy, Joel Joel Guy Jr. was not present for that conversation.
Correct.
That's all, Your Honor.
Anything else, ma'am? This witness?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down. For the truth.
Renee Charles?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Did you say yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right, please have a seat, and you can remove your mask and get close to the microphone, please.
State your name for the record.
Renee Charles.
Are you Joel Guy Sr.'s sister?
Yes, ma'am.
And shortly before his death, did he make any statements to you about his intention to stop, for him and his wife to stop supporting your nephew, the defendant?
Yes, the week before.
Okay, and can you tell the judge what he said?
He said that that Joel Michael was coming in Christmas because they wasn't going to do anything for Thanksgiving. He wasn't coming in for Thanksgiving. And they were going to talk to him then about him having to get a job and pay the bills and stuff down there because they were retiring and moving to Scornsville and they wasn't going to have any income.
Was Lisa there when that happened?
Yes.
Okay, did she make any statements to you about it?
She said she was behind Mike.
Okay.
They were going to tell him.
Thank you. Ask the witness.
Briefly, Ms. Charles, just, and you may have said this, when did this conversation happen?
The week before.
Okay, the week before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, they came up to Sigornsville to bring some stuff.
Okay, and when they were in Seguinsville, in that conversation, it was the three of you having the conversation?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Guy Sr. Said that they were going to cut him off
Yes.
at Christmas. Is that right?
They were going to talk to him at Christmas because he wasn't coming in for Thanksgiving.
Okay. So Mr. Guy did not actually say at what point the cutting off would happen, just when the conversation would happen.
Right.
And Ms. Guy was there during
Yes.
the conversation also.
Yes.
And what is it what did she say specifically about
She
her?
said she was behind it, that she was going to talk to him. They were both going to talk to him.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Michelle Dennison.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in the case now on trial be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat, please, and you may remove your mask.
State your name for the record, please.
Michelle Tyler.
And I'm sorry I've been calling you Dennison, but that's... are you Joel Sr.'s daughter
Yes, ma'am.
and the defendant's half-sister?
Yes, ma'am.
In the time shortly before their deaths in October, November of 2016, did your father make any statements to you about his intention for him and Lisa to stop providing financial support for the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Lisa make statements like this?
On October the 28th, my youngest's birthday, Lisa and Dad did. On Thanksgiving, Dad did.
Okay, and let's talk about the October statement first. Tell us what Lisa said.
They had both said, but Lisa said that Joel Michael was going to have to find a job because they only had a certain amount of money. The retirement they had taken out his pension, and I'm not sure if that's the name of it, but they only had a certain amount to live on, and they would not be able to afford Joel Michael or paying for his apartment.
Okay.
Things like that.
And on Thanksgiving, what did your dad say to you?
You could, there was a little bit of tension, and so when everyone was inside and it was just...
I'm sorry? I'm sorry.
It was just me and Dad and myself. That was bad grammar. It was just me and Dad. We were out on the porch, and he said that Lisa hadn't told Joel Michael, and that you could, you could feel like that was what was causing the little bit of tension inside the house. That you could feel the tension. It was a
Did
little bit.
did he say anything specifically about them withdrawing financial support from your brother?
That's what he said. He had told Joel Michael about the that they had told Joel Michael about him having to get a job or being cut off, but he didn't. I can't remember his correct verbiage, but it wasn't cut off. It's that they couldn't afford to
Support him.
Support him any longer.
Okay. Thank you. Pass the witness.
Ms. Tyler, just a few questions to make sure I understand. As to the conversation at Thanksgiving time, you said you and your father were on the porch, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said your father told you that Ms. Guy had talked to Joel Guy Jr. About stopping funding, is that right?
That they had talked to Joel Guy Jr.
Okay, so that both Joel Guy Sr. said that he and Ms. Guy had talked to Joel Guy Jr.
That they had met on October the 28th. They had already told him he needed to be looking for a job, and then on Thanksgiving they had, I guess, confirmed it or solidified it. I would.
Okay.
Is solidified a word?
So there's. I'm sorry, I don't mean to ask the same thing again. There's you and your father on the porch. He's telling you about another conversation between him and Ms. Guy and Joel Guy Jr. Is that right?
Yes, between him, all three of them.
Okay. That conversation between the three of them, you were not present for that conversation?
No, sir.
Okay. And the conversation between you and your father, it was just the two of you on the porch. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's all, Your Honor.
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down.
Jennifer Whited. I have to bring her from outside, Judge.
Please come to the witness stand. You please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, please have a seat.
Thank you.
Once you're seated, you can take your mask off and please speak into the microphone.
State your name for the record.
Jennifer Whited
Where are you employed?
at Jacobs.
What was your relationship with Lisa Guy?
I was Lisa's supervisor.
When did she tell you she was, when did she turn in her notice or let you know she was going to stop working?
She gave me a written notice on November 21st, 2016,
Okay. When was her last day of work?
December 2nd.
Okay. Did she make any statements to you? Did you all talk about personal matters to some degree?
We did.
Okay. Did she make any statements to you regarding her intention, her future intention to stop supporting her son?
She did make mention of that. She talked about her and her husband both retiring and moving to the family home and not being able to continue to support.
Okay. And do you know when that conversation took place?
Probably October and November.
Okay.
I mean, we talked just about every day. I made a point to go around and talk to all of my employees, and so we talked.
So you were aware she was going to retire before she turned in her written notice?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Whited, as I understand your testimony, you had conversations with Ms. Lisa Guy. She was going to retire and would not be able to continue to support her son. Is that right?
Yes, we did, and have conversations about her intentions of no longer supporting.
Okay. In those conversations, did she indicate to you at what point that support, at what point it was her intention for that support to stop?
She did not say a specific date, but she did say, with them retiring, that she could no longer support him.
Okay. An obvious question, but in the conversation or conversations that you had with Ms. Guy, Joel Guy Jr. Was not present during those conversations.
No, he was not.
That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else with this witness, Joe?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down. Any other witnesses on this issue?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Harwell, do you have objections to what we have heard?
Yes, Your Honor, and I think there's two actually very distinct legal issues. I'll try to address both of them. The first relates to the testimony that Lisa Guy or Joel Guy Sr. Had told family members that it was their intention to cut off Joel Guy Jr. at Christmas or sometime in the future. The basis of our argument on those is there may be, those may arguably fall under 8033, a hearsay exception for state of mind covering intention. The problem on those, where it falls short, is relevance. I'm surprised sometimes how often issues recur, but as I was thinking about this is the exact same legal situation that Your Honor and I confronted in Brandon Donaldson. The issue is, if that is their intention and that is what they're telling other people, that's still not relevant absent any indication that Mr. Guy Jr. overheard that conversation, was aware that that conversation happened. Whether or not Lisa Guy had an intention in her head to cut her son off at Christmas doesn't make anything more likely in the case unless Mr. Guy, the defendant, knew that that was her intention. So, yes, maybe that is 8033 material, but absent evidence that the defendant knew of it, it hasn't been linked up. So that's the argument as to those set of statements. The other statement that I think is a different legal issue is what Ms. Tyler testified to, which is that when at a time they were on the porch, that her father told her that a conversation had already happened, that Ms. Guy had talked to the defendant and told him that he had been or was about to be cut off. And that one I think that clearly is a hearsay problem because now we're not talking about statement of state of mind and of intention. This is Joel Guy Sr. Making a statement to his daughter out of court that the state would be offering for its truth. The state would be offering that to prove that in fact Lisa Guy talked to Joel Guy Jr. And told him that he was being cut off. So that seems to me that is just straightforward hearsay, not within an exception, and should be precluded for that reason.
Thanks, sir. General, before I let you argue, I want to address the first objection as to relevance. Assuming these are proper under 8033, I do think that they would be relevant toward a possible motive on the defendant's part to be the person who committed these crimes. The notebook that the state intends to introduce indicated some money component, somebody who's an adult being supported by the parents and being cut off from that support could be a potential motive. So I do think that there is relevance that the state can, in fact, establish that. Even I don't think we have to know the defendant actually heard those conversations, that there was an intent that they were going to pretty soon move out of that home and live off their retirement in Sir Goinsville. I think it's all close enough in time to make that relevant. We did hear the testimony from Ms. Tyler And I think Ms. White that had already happened, and so even though I don't think that's going to be admissible, I do think that plays into motive. Now to the second part, hearsay. I think most of what I heard was proper 803.3, declaring the declarant's future intention to cut him off, but there were a couple that I noted I don't think would fall. In general, I will hear your argument on this if you disagree with me, but Ms. White said that Mr. Guy said he was retiring and had already cut his son off.
I will concede that she should not say that.
Yeah.
Defendant came to Knoxville from Baton Rouge on November the 23rd. The family get-together was on Thanksgiving the 24th. You will hear proof that on November the 25th, Joel and Lisa and the defendant drove up to Surgoinsville to deliver a boat that Joel Sr. had, and he wanted to take it to the Surgoinsville house. You will see and hear evidence that Lisa was alive on November the 26th, sometime after noon. We know that because of
and I'm going to overrule it except for those two exceptions as noted. All right. General, who's your first witness?
Jennifer Whited.
Okay. You think we can do that before lunch? We got 30 minutes. You okay?
So, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that'll be a problem.
All right. We've already got the witness stand clean. You ready for the jury, General? You ready, Mr. Halstead?
Yes.
Intend to play the 911 call through her.
The jurors can go ahead and have a seat. As soon as you get in, y'all can take a seat. All right, everyone, you may be seated. Does the state waive the call, jury?
Yes.
Defense waive the call? Welcome back, folks. Thank you for that recess. I want to point something out to you. When you walk into the courtroom, everybody's standing. That's out of respect for the role that you folks are playing for our community. You may also notice that I'm not standing. It's not because I don't respect you, but the judge represents the law, which is over all of us. So traditionally, the judge doesn't stand. But whenever you come into the courtroom, you can go ahead and immediately take your seats. You don't need to remain standing. It is now time to begin the state's proof. General, if you please call your first witness.
Jennifer Whited.
Ms. White, would you please come forward? You just come up here to the witness stand next to me. If you'd please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in the case now on trial be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? May I please have a seat, ma'am? Once you're seated, you may remove your mask.
Thank you. State your name for the record, please.
Jennifer Whited.
Where do you work, Ms. Whited?
I work at Jacobs.
What is your position there?
I'm the federal contracts manager.
Did you know Lisa Guy?
I did.
How did you know her?
She was one of my employees.
You were her supervisor?
Correct.
When did she first become employed with Jacobs?
She became a temporary employee with Jacobs in January 2012, and then she became a permanent employee in March 2013.
What was her job description?
She was a disbursement specialist.
What does a disbursement specialist do?
Within that group, we ran payments for Jacobs globally, and she would generate those payment files, review the information within the payment files, and if they were okay to pay, she would go ahead and process those payment batches.
Right. As a full-time employee, did she have benefits with the company?
Yes, she did.
Do you know whether or not she had a life insurance policy?
She did.
And do you know who her beneficiaries were for her life insurance?
I'm not 100% sure what the split was, but it was Joel Sr. and Joel Michael Jr.
Okay. And would you describe it as being work friends? You were friends while you were at work? Is that
correct? Correct.
And as part of your friendship, did Lisa Guy ever express to you her intentions about her future plans for supporting her son?
Whenever we would discuss about her moving to the family home, we did discuss about her intentions with her son.
And what did she say about her future intentions?
About no longer being able to support him because her and Joel Sr. were both retiring.
So you were aware that she was going to move on?
I was aware, yes.
When did she turn in her notice?
She turned in her notice on November 21st, 2016.
Did you discuss her plans to retire before that, though?
Oh, yes, definitely.
All right. And when was her last day at work?
Her last day, per her notice, should have been December 2nd.
And that would have been a Friday?
Correct.
Right. Can you describe her demeanor? Were you able to observe her demeanor during the time prior to Thanksgiving holiday?
Oh, prior to the Thanksgiving holiday, yep. She was excited, yet a little preoccupied because she had so many things changing in her life, but she seemed to be very excited.
Were you aware that she had sold her house?
Yes.
And did you know about her plans for Thanksgiving?
I did.
What did she tell you?
She was excited to know that her entire family, her kids, were coming to spend the holiday with her and Joel Sr.
And did you talk to her at all on the Thanksgiving holiday weekend?
I did not talk to her during the Thanksgiving weekend.
I want to direct your attention to Monday, November the 28th, and ask you what happened that day.
Well, Lisa, her work schedule started at 7 a.m., and I noticed at about 7:15 that she was not in the office. And I normally gave my employees about 15 minutes to get there, and more out of being concerned that they were okay, I would start calling. So 7:15 came and she wasn't there. Nobody in our group had heard from her, so I began texting her, and she didn't text back. And I thought that was highly unusual. A lot of thoughts went through my mind, hoping that she was okay, hoping that this was her last week. She was retiring, that she had blown us off. But I knew that wasn't right. So I continued to text her. I continued to text Joel Sr. I called and never did get an answer.
Would that have been unlike her to not show up for work and not to call?
Oh, absolutely. If she couldn't make it to work, she would have called me immediately.
And do I understand you to say that you also attempted to call her husband?
I did.
All right. And how many times would you say you called or texted?
I lost track of how many times, but I kept doing it thinking this time they're going to answer. I would say at least 20, at least.
And then what did you decide to do?
I wanted to call the police to have a welfare check done. So I called the police.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask to introduce our first exhibit. Exhibits 1 and 2, a recording of, you called an emergency line or non-emergency?
Non-emergency, yes.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the court is going to receive this as Exhibit 1 and 2. When I receive an item into evidence as an exhibit, it means it's a piece of evidence that you can consider and will have with you in the jury room during deliberations. 3 and 4. 2 and 3. Exhibits 2 and 3. This will be Exhibits 2 and 3. You may publish. That's what I'm looking for. It's not showing that I've got it muted. Are you using HDMI? Let me see if it's my system instead of you. Hold your ears, everybody. This might be loud. I think it's me, General. All right, let's go old school. Can you bring that microphone down and just play it through your speakers? Unplug your HDMI.
On Monday, November 28, 2016, at 9:38 a.m., with a GMT offset of negative 300 minutes. Agent ID extension is 203. Knoxville Police Communications Center. Yes, I have an employee that has not reported for work today, and highly unlike her. I've tried calling her home number, I've tried calling cell phone, and can't get a hold of her. What can we do about that? Can somebody go by and check on them?
Yeah, do you know her address?
I do.
What is that?
It is 11434 Goldenview Lane. My name is Jennifer Whited, Whited.
And what company are you with?
Jacobs Engineering.
And what's a good callback for you guys?
It is 865-216-6625.
Okay, what's the employee's name?
Lisa Guy, G-U-Y. Her husband's name is Joel, Joel.
Should he be there too? Does he live with her?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
And they do have a dog named Jake. I think he's a big baby.
Okay. How old is she, do you know?
She is in her, I think, late 50s.
Do you know if she has any medical issues?
No, I mean, she has high blood pressure, but that's all that I know of. Yeah, I know that their house is for sale, and they are moving, and she is leaving our company, but that's supposed to be Friday, and this definitely isn't like her just not to show up.
I'll send a call over to officers, have them swing by and check on her. And if anything changes before then, just give us a call back here, okay?
At the same number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
After that, did you make a second call?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors about that?
I had realized that nobody had called me, still could not get a hold of Lisa or Joel, so I called back to see what they had found with the welfare check. And I was told that everything seemed to be fine, that nothing looked out of the place, and so they didn't do anything further. I asked them to please go back because I knew that something was not right. She had plans with other co-workers that day, and that she would not have canceled or just blown them off. She would have at least called. So I asked them to go back.
And what is the next thing you heard in response to your request?
I was told that they would talk to a detective to see what they thought, and they would get back with me.
And what happened next?
It was probably 20 to 30 minutes later, I think, that I got a phone call from a detective wanting to ask me more questions about Lisa and what I knew. But I did not know that anything in particular had happened.
All right. Was there something special planned that day for Lisa?
There was a lunch that she was going to have with some other co-workers for her retirement.
All right. And when did you hear what had happened?
In their home? What had happened in their home? I had heard that there were bodies found Monday evening, so that evening.
All right. May I approach?
May. Folks, give me just 1 minute. We're going to have a conversation off to the side.
Sorry. Oh, she's.
I'm not that important, but she is.
It's going to take me a minute to get used to this. I wouldn't do it.
All right, Joe, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now, you indicated, Ms. Whited, that at Jacobs there is, Ms. Guy was provided with life insurance benefits. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, please, we're going to introduce as our next exhibit is upon the records custodian affidavit, the insurance benefits policy of Lisa Guy. And we would like to publish just one page, the beneficiary page.
Without objection, we're going to receive as Exhibit 4 the insurance policy purporting to belong to Ms. Guy, and you may publish.
Okay. And Ms. Whited, are you able to see that at all?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury who her beneficiaries were?
To be able to read it, I need my glasses.
Sanchez, can you increase your size?
So Joel Guy Sr. was 50%, and then Joel Guy Jr. was also 50%.
Okay. And were you aware of the amount of her insurance coverage?
I know what the company provides employees, and it's based off their pay, so I knew that she at least had that. I did not know if she had any additional that she had the option to purchase.
Okay. And if I'm going to pass the witness at this time, Your Honor, please, and then I'll may publish a further document with respect to this exhibit.
Ms. Whited.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Mark Stevens. When someone designates a beneficiary on a life insurance policy, do you reach out to those beneficiaries and notify them of that?
No, I do not do that.
All right. Do you know whether anyone within Jacobs Engineering reaches out to those beneficiaries?
When they're made a beneficiary,
Right.
or no?
And have you ever had any personal contact or conversation with Joel Jr. about the fact that he was named a beneficiary in that policy?
No, I have not.
So you have no firsthand knowledge whether Joel knew that he was a beneficiary, named a beneficiary in that policy?
I do not have any firsthand knowledge.
Ms. Whited, do you recall in 2018 someone from my office coming over to speak with you?
I do.
And you declined, which is well within your right, to speak to that individual, is that right?
That's correct.
And ultimately, you were nice enough, you reconsidered, and you agreed to talk with me on the telephone. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
And do you recall that I asked you, I told you that I had heard that there was some media report that apparently Lisa and Joel Guy Sr. were planning to cut him off financially, and I asked you whether you had any firsthand knowledge of that or whether that statement was accurate. Do you remember me asking you that?
I don't remember the exact questions.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
I don't really either, but generally that was the question, whether or not you were aware of the media reports about him being cut off financially. Is that right? And do you remember telling me you didn't want to talk about that?
Yes, I do. I remember saying that on quite a few questions.
And when you told me you didn't want to talk about that, you were aware of your testimony hasn't changed today.
No.
From that. So you were aware in 2018 of this statement that you're saying she made, but you chose not to share that.
I was aware that we had, in passing conversations, that this was going to happen, but you told me that I didn't have to answer any questions
Right.
that I did not want to answer. So yes, I was aware.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. White. Thank you.
We could, no, Your Honor, but we would like to just republish. It's the same page. I just didn't see it on the top of the page. So, Ms. Whited, I just want to direct your attention to the very top line of that, and it says coverage election amount. Do you see that? And what is that figure?
500,000.
Thank you. Nothing further than this.
Anything else, Mr. Staples?
No, you're-
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. All right, folks, let me check on your lunch here. All right, I do believe that your lunch is here, folks. So this is a good time to go ahead and break for lunch. So I'm going to give you the same instructions you've already heard from me multiple times, and that is please do not discuss the case with anyone. If you're going to look at your phones during the lunch break, that's absolutely fine. Just avoid any media coverage of anything. We have your chairs spaced out. You saw this morning where we have you seated this morning. There's another jury being selected in another trial next door. And so you're on that end of the hall. They're on this end of the hall. So just make sure you stay in your space and continue to remain socially distanced. Officer Coker, who I think is setting up your lunch right now, loves to enjoy being outside. And I bet
Spence? All right, let's take an hour for lunch. See everybody at 1 o'clock. Court's in recess.
We're ready to resume with the state's proof. Jill, you ready? You ready, Ms. Halstead? Go ahead, Lana. Bring. It'll take a minute to get on that. Now if you could just put them here and over there. Folks, while we're waiting on the jury, it's probably a good time to address it. You know, the family is certainly welcome to be here. Normally, I have a conversation with them before the medical examiner testifies in these type of cases, but the nature of this case is there's going to be lots of description of some disturbing things, and so it is your choice whether to be here. If you feel like you're going to become overwhelmed emotionally, I would ask that you leave the courtroom. I think the jury and everyone is going to understand that this would be very difficult for a family to hear, but we want to make sure that we don't have any demonstrations that could affect their emotions, because we need to make sure these folks are making a decision based upon the law and the evidence. Okay, so if you do find yourself becoming emotionally overwhelmed, please just excuse yourself from the courtroom. Thank you. All right, everyone, you may be seated. Does the state waive the call, jury? Yes. Defense waive the call? Yes. Welcome back, folks. I hope you had a good lunch. We're ready to continue with the state's proof. General, if you please call your next witness.
Angela Crane.
Ms. Crane, if you please come forward, take the witness stand. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the case now on trial be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, please have a seat. Once you're seated, you may remove your mask, and I'd ask that you keep the microphone up fairly close to your mouth so we can hear you. General, whenever you're ready.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Angela Crane.
I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit. You're very soft-spoken.
I'm sorry. Angela Crane.
Ms. Crane, can you introduce yourself to the jury, tell them where you live, what you do, and how you're related to Joel Guy Sr.?
Joel Guy Sr. is my father. I'm from Kingsport, Tennessee, born and raised. In April of 2016, I went to upstate New York with my job for an emergency project, and I've been up there since.
What do you do?
I do civil design.
Okay, what does that entail?
It's civil engineering design. It's right now I'm working on currently 11 sanitary sewer projects.
Okay. What does your father do for a living?
He's a piping designer, and he's actually the reason why I do what I do. Growing up, we used to, whenever he and Lisa and Joel Michael would come up and visit, he would always bring blueprints of the projects he was working on, and I was just fascinated. Mm-hmm. It was drawing and math, which is both things that I love, and he encouraged that. So.
Okay. Now, Lisa was not your mother, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury when you met Lisa and how that came about?
Lisa, when Michelle and I were 3, they met, and she's been like a second mother to us since before I can remember.
Okay. So your mother and your sister's mother and your father divorced, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
When we were 1, I believe, was when they divorced.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how long Joel and Lisa were married?
31 years, I believe.
So, when did you first learn that he was going to be retiring?
Well, they had been talking about it for a while, but he had sent a group message we have a family group message, and so that was on November 17th that he finally got word that his house had sold and they had signed the documents and that they needed to be out of the home by December 13th. So, but they have had the house up for sale for quite some time.
Okay. And were you aware of Lisa's plans to retire?
Yes, she was excited about retiring and just spending her time. They were madly in love, so just spending time with each other.
Okay. Did she make any statements to you about her intentions with respect to the support of her son, the defendant?
She did. On one of my trips back home in October, Dad and I were talking out in the garage, and she had stated that they were going to retire, and it was time for Joe Michael to stand on his own 2 feet. He was an adult.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you say you were out in the garage. Can you explain how your family used the garage?
It was our social gather. Like every time we visited Dad and Lisa, I believe we stood up the whole entire time. We just congregated and hung out, and we would go out in the garage, and that's where we smoked cigarettes and just even played cornhole in the garage.
Did they put their cars in the garage?
They kept the boat in the garage.
Okay. All right. Can you tell the jury how long how often you communicated with your dad?
Oh, if not every day. And on Sundays we would call and talk, but via text message. Dad, Michelle, Lisa, and I had this text thread where we would just text each other. I mean, we would banter. Dad was so funny.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the decision to move to Sirgoinsville? What made that a special place for your father?
That was his old stomping grounds. That's where he grew up. That was his family home, and he was excited to go back home.
Okay. Now, again, what was your understanding of when the move would take place?
Well, they had to be out by December 13th, so they were packing and getting everything ready for the new homeowners to move in on December 13th. So it was...
And were you aware of when Lisa's last day at work would be?
It was the Friday after Thanksgiving.
Okay. Did you attend the Thanksgiving holiday?
I was going to, but at last minute I decided I was going to spend the whole week with them for Christmas. So I did not.
What were the family plans for Christmas?
To have the whole entire family in Sirgoinsville, have a Christmas Eve dinner, and just be reunited and enjoy each other.
Okay. And you mentioned that your parents that Lisa and Joel had a very warm relationship. Did you communicate often with your brother?
No.
And can you describe your relationship with Lisa?
With Lisa, she was one of my best friends, and so was Dad.
I'm going to pass the witness. Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may remain in the audience.
Shandis Fink. Yes, it is.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in the case now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Help you God. All right, please have a seat, ma'am. Once you're seated, you may remove your mask and please speak clearly into the microphone.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Chandis Fink.
And I'm going to have to ask you to speak up just a bit.
Chandis Fink.
Ms. Fink, where do you live?
Kingsport, Tennessee.
How are you related to Joel Guy Sr.?
He's my dad.
Right. And I would like for you to tell the jury what your understanding was about Joel and Lisa's plans for their move to Sirgoinsville.
They plan to retire.
And did you talk to your father often?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how often you spoke to him or texted?
Almost every weekend, unless one of the two of us was going to be out of town or something.
Did you hear from your father or communicate with him at all on Saturday, November the 26th, or Sunday, November the 27th?
No.
And did that surprise you?
It did.
And why did it surprise you?
Because Sunday was my birthday.
Did you expect a call from your father on that day?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that he did not call?
It was the first birthday I ever missed.
I'm going to pass the witness.
Thank you, ma'am. And you may remain in the audience.
Renee Charles.
Since you and Ms. Fink are family members, we're not going to disinfect since you're not distance. If you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to be given in the case now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat, ma'am, and you may remove your mask. Please speak loudly into the microphone.
State your name for the record, please.
Renee Charles.
Ms. Charles, how are you related to Joel Guy Sr.?
I'm his sister.
And how did you refer to him?
As Mike.
So he was known as Mike growing up? How often did you talk to your brother?
3 or 4 times a week.
Right. Did you communicate by telephone or by text?
Text, mostly.
Okay. And did you communicate with him around the Thanksgiving holiday?
Yes.
In 2016?
Yes.
And did you discuss with him his plans for the future?
Yes.
And what did you know his plans to be?
Well, the week before, they were at the house, and we were talking about what they were going to do, and they said that they were going to wait till Christmas to talk to Joel Michael, that they were going to have him to start paying his bills and stuff.
Okay. Did you all have plans for Christmas?
Yes.
What were the plans?
Everybody was going to meet at the house, and Joel Michael would be in for Christmas. They said he wasn't coming in for Thanksgiving.
Okay. And was that going to be in Sirgoinsville then, the
Mm-hmm.
new house?
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe this house for the jury? Was this your family home?
Yes.
All right. And had your brother Joel Sr. or Mike, had he already made arrangements to buy the house?
Yes. They was done moving stuff in.
And when was the last time that you saw him?
The week before.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he had plans to travel to Sirgoinsville on November the 25th?
Yeah.
That would have been a Friday, the Friday after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I called him that day.
Okay. And what were his plans?
They were going to leave and go back about 3:30.
So they were planning to come up to
Friday.
Sirgoinsville from Knoxville?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah.
why were they coming up for the day?
To bring the boat and clean and do things around the house.
And I believe you just said that they intended to go back home to Knoxville about 3?
About 3:30, so they could eat supper.
Okay. Now, did you try to communicate with him at all on the following days, Saturday or Sunday, the 26th or 27th?
I called him Thanksgiving Day, and I called him Saturday and Sunday.
Did you speak to him or hear from him on Saturday and Sunday?
No.
How many times would you say that you tried to talk to him?
I called 2 or 3 times and texted.
And you got no response?
No.
All right. Now, did you have a relationship with Lisa?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
She's just a good friend, you know, a sister-in-law, you know.
Did you have an opportunity to observe her relationship with your brother?
Yes.
And what was their relationship like?
It was great. I mean, they just fit, you know. They were meant to be together.
Now, did you have a relationship with your nephew, the defendant?
No, just when he come in for holidays.
Okay. So the last time you communicated with your brother was on Friday, November the 25th. Is
Yes.
that right? And you did not receive a response from him on the 26th and 27th?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just briefly. Renee, Joel lived in Louisiana, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Mike and Lisa moved from Louisiana up to Knoxville.
Yes.
Joel did not move with them.
No.
So Joel's entire life, he'd lived in Louisiana. And you, for your entire life, had lived in Upper East Tennessee, is that
Right.
correct?
Right.
That's all I have.
Anything else, Joe?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down.
Robin White?
You solemnly swear or affirm that testimony about to give in the case now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please not see this fight. You may remove your mask. Please keep
State your name for the record, please.
Robin White.
And how are you related to Joel Guy Sr.?
He's my brother.
And what did you call him?
Mike.
Ms. White, do you live in Sirgoinsville?
I do.
Okay. Did you know whether or not your brother had plans to move to Sirgoinsville?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what those plans were when he planned to do it?
He planned to retire, and he bought the home from me. When my dad died, I was the trustee, and he bought the house from me. And I helped him clean and do things around the house. I got to spend all day Wednesday before he died with him. And
That would have been the 23rd of November?
yeah.
May I approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 5 and ask you if you recognize this.
I do. That's our home.
Okay, and is that the house that he was going to buy from you?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, if we could publish this photograph to the jury, please.
Any objection?
No, you don't.
Exhibit 5, you may publish. Just a second.
Now, when did they plan to go up there to live? When did you think that?
Well, they was moving in some, things and stuff, and doing things to the yard, getting ready to move the dog, putting fences up and stuff for the dog. And we helped them with all that.
Okay. Did you discuss plans with your brother for the holidays that were coming up?
No, I didn't discuss no plans for the holidays. I'm not one to plan that far ahead.
Well, so
I was just busy helping him with the house and stuff.
What about the Christmas holiday?
Yeah, we usually see each other. We always have. We've always, the family always gets together and has a big meal and enjoys each other.
Okay. Now, you said that on Wednesday the 23rd he was going to be bringing, did you say he was bringing the boat up to the house? Or?
Yeah, we got done working in the basement that day and everything, and he said he'd be back up Friday. He was going to bring the boat and stuff. And I called him Friday, and it was probably about 1 o'clock. He said he wasn't going to be there much longer, that him and Joel Michael was there, and they had brought the boat and stuff up. He wasn't going to be there much longer, that I could just holler at him our Monday when he come back up.
Okay. And did he indeed bring the boat up on Friday?
He did.
And do you know who was with him when he brought the boat up?
All I know is Joel Michael was with him, because he was showing him the house and everything.
Now, at some point before Thanksgiving, did you have a conversation with Lisa Guy about her future intentions, what she was going to do after she quit work?
Yeah, Lisa said that she was going to retire too and maybe try to find some work. I'm not really sure if she was really going to find a job or not, but, she said, she was excited about everything.
And did she discuss her future plans on whether or not she could help support her son?
She said that she couldn't do that no more.
Okay.
That he needed to be on his own.
And did you have an opportunity to observe the relationship between your brother and Lisa?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I was with them a lot. We went a lot of places together, parks and stuff, you know. Yeah, they was very much in love, and you could tell it when you was around them.
Okay. And what was your relationship like with Lisa?
Lisa was like my sister.
Okay. And do you know your nephew very well?
No.
And,
No, I really don't.
And that's
He never
obviously
was around.
He lived in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms.
You're
White.
welcome.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Just to clarify one point, when the boat was brought up, did you see Mike and Joel Michael that day?
No, I talked to my brother on the phone while he was there.
Okay.
Because I was
Thank you.
going to come down.
Okay, thank you.
Very briefly, did you talk to him again afterwards on the 26th or the 27th, that Saturday or Sunday?
No, my sister called me and told me she couldn't get in touch with neither one of them. She was worried.
Thank you. That's all. Michelle Dennison, her last name is apparently is Tyler now. I'm sorry for using the wrong last name.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the case now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat, ma'am. You may continue your matter. Please speak from the record.
State your name for the record, please.
Michelle Tyler.
And how are you related to the parties in this case?
I am Joel Guy's daughter and Lisa's stepdaughter.
And how are you? Are you and Angela Crane twins?
Yes,
Twin
ma'am.
Sisters. Okay. Can you describe for the jury a little bit your relationship with Lisa and your dad?
We were very close, like friends, like best friends. They were my best friends.
Did you communicate with them regularly?
Yes, ma'am. And we had a group text. It was more, the text was banter, just funny. Even through email, Dad would send banter of funniness.
Okay. And how often would you all communicate together?
Weekly, if not daily, but weekly.
Okay. And I take it from what you're saying that you've had a good relationship with them?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us a little bit about how long you had been with Lisa and what your connection to her was?
Lisa's been in my life my entire life, and it said it 3, but she's been my entire memory. And so we would go in the summers. Dad would have us for a month in the summer because they always lived so far away, and Angela and I would go visit for the entire month. But the dynamics of that was my mom was a single mom, so there's struggles with single moms. But when we went to Lisa's house, her cabinets were stocked with food, and she greeted Dad like the perfect Walton family. When they would come home, dinner would be cooked with meat and side dishes, and there would be candy in the shelves. And I just would watch her, and I watched her growing up like she was the mom, or that dream that you have to have a double parent home, to where she loved, like, I so wanted to be this woman that my first engagement ring was her exact engagement ring, and I wanted to be the mom she was. She would sit in her little brown Sperry brown shirt. She had a really high arch in her foot, and just with her cup, I wanted to even, at certain points in my life, I walked around with a cup that had like the little square placement under it, because I wanted to be her. I wanted to be the mom that she was.
So it's fair to say you all maintained this relationship well into your adulthood, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And because of your close relationship with them, did they tell you about their plans?
Yes, ma'am.
In October and November of 2016, what were you aware about their future plans?
We would celebrated my youngest son's birthday in October. It's October 28th, that weekend. They had said that they were retiring and that they were moving to Sikorsville, and that Joel Michael was going to find a job or need to find a job because they were no longer their money when they sat down and determined even down to the amount of beer that they drink a week and the amount of cigarettes that they have a week, what amount of money they would need, and that amount of money was what they had to retire.
Okay. Now, on Thanksgiving, November the 24th of that year, did you plan to be with them?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury what time you went over and who you were with?
We had, I'm not sure what time I arrived. It was early. We always spent all day together. My 3 sons were with me. They were significantly younger, so they weren't as big in the pictures. See, grown 7 feet. My oldest is here today. So my sons were with me, sorry.
And anybody else?
So my sons came with me, and then my boyfriend was coming that evening. He was having Thanksgiving dinner at his granny's house, and then he was coming to my house, but my parents did not know at that point that he was coming.
Okay, but it's fair to say you were with your parents before he came?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who else was staying in the house?
It was Joel Michael Jr.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how long you were there?
I would say I was there from 10:30 or 11 until 8 o'clock that night. Okay. Maybe 8:30.
Can you describe what you all did throughout the day?
It's no, I don't know if it's usual for everyone else, but ours is you hang out in the garage and you laugh and you talk and you tell the same stories, and then you move to different spots. So we moved at one point to the back porch. This day was a little different. It was always more, the typical time with Dad and Lisa was more laughing and banter, but if Joel Michael Jr. was there, he wasn't ever hanging with us doing that banter. He would be in his room.
Okay.
Except for on Thanksgiving.
And at some point, did he interact, though, with your children?
The Thanksgiving was different. The Thanksgiving was completely different. The moment that I arrived, Joel Michael Jr. was talking to us, and so he had never. I'm not sure Joel Michael Jr. knew my kids' names, and so for him to talk to them was odd. And so he was talking to my kids, and he was bringing them upstairs. Lisa had kept every single thing that this kid had. He wasn't a kid at that point, but his entire everything, Beanie Babies that he had collected, things that he had put on the shelf like eggs, science stuff, and she memorialized. It's not a word. Memorialized. I'm not going to know the word right now. Memorialized. No.
Memorialized.
Yes, that word. His entire life in boxes upstairs. And so they were bringing those boxes down, but it wasn't Lisa giving that away. Lisa didn't want to give it away. It was Joel Michael Jr. giving it to my boys, which was still odd.
So he gave them some toys?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have occasion to make any observations about your brother's car on that day?
I had, that day I had sent Dad a text. My dryer had broke, and I had sent Dad a text with a picture of all of my clothes in the back, and there was a full trunk full of clothes. And so when I had pulled in for my car to be right there so I could carry all of these clothes upstairs to his washer and dryer. But in walking past Joel Michael's car, there was this big totes in the back, and the lids were on them, and one was inside the other, but I thought he had carried his luggage in my brain, what my brain thought. Or my first reaction was that his luggage was in that car. Why he had carried, that's the reason I remembered it. Why did he put his luggage? Why does he not have luggage?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And did you have an opportunity to go upstairs?
It was so odd that my boys were upstairs, like interacting with Joel Michael, that I was going upstairs for two reasons. I was going upstairs for laundry, and then I was going upstairs to check on the boys.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to go into your parents' bedroom?
I did.
And did anything seem to be out of the ordinary there?
No, my dad, I never make the bed up, ever. My bed's still not made up right now. My dad makes the bed up every day. Lisa, that's one thing they always did, even growing up. Like, I wanted to be that housewife that made the bed like Lisa did. And so the bed was always made up. The bathroom stuff was always clean. Like, it was always, they had separate bathrooms. But
do you know which room your brother was using that weekend?
he was, if you come to the top of the stairs, the room that he was using that weekend was right at the top of the stairs. Their room was to the right, and his was right there.
And was there a bathroom up there for him to use? Were you aware of which bathroom he used?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How many bathrooms were upstairs in the house?
2.
Okay. And was there a bathroom connected to the master bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
So the other bathroom was where?
The other bathroom was Joel Michael Jr.'s room, and if you go down the hallway, it was down the hallway on the right.
And where was the laundry room?
The laundry room was right across from that bathroom.
Upstairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I guess you were aware that your parents had a dog?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you do laundry while you were there?
Yes, a lot.
And did you observe anything unusual about the laundry room?
No, there was nothing unusual about the laundry room. I was, every time I would go upstairs, it's like he would be right behind me, which is also.
When you say he, who do you mean?
I'm so sorry. Joel Michael Jr. would be right behind me, like in my, like right behind me, because I remember doing this, like, why is he right behind me?
Okay. And did you find that odd at the time?
I did, because for 27 years, or however old he was, he stayed in his bedroom. He was never smiling, saying, let me give you something, or right behind me, ever.
Okay. So I want to ask you a little bit more about the house. What do you know about your father's guns?
He has a lot of them.
Okay. And why did he have a lot of guns?
He was a conspiracy theorist. I don't know. He loved shooting. I'm joking about the conspiracy theorists. We were, and maybe it's in my head, or maybe, but we're all, myself, I can shoot the bullseye with a gun. My oldest son could shoot the bullseye. We all are very good shots, and it's just, I guess we said it was the Joel guy. Like, we had Joel guy in us. Even my oldest can shoot, and he's.
Did they like to target practice? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Even bow and arrow, we could shoot the bullseye.
Okay. And did Lisa participate in the target shooting too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your father, was he moving these guns from one house to another, or were they visible when you were at the house on Thanksgiving? Did you see them?
Guns were always a part of growing up. Like, you knew they were loaded, and you knew not to touch them. And it's the same in my house. So if there were guns present, they weren't laid out. They would have been in the regular spots that they were in, and it would have been, even my kids know there's guns in my house, or our house, and there's guns in Papa's house and in Mama's house, and every single gun is loaded. You do not touch. And so we would.
Did you see any long guns on the dining room table during Thanksgiving?
No, ma'am. No.
Okay. All right. Now, do you know whether or not your father had any kind of cameras, security cameras in the house?
He always had cameras. Even when he lived in Louisiana, he had cameras in different parts of the house. And
after his death, did you have an opportunity to notice whether or not those cameras were still in the house?
On Thanksgiving, the cameras were in the house because he had a button that you could turn it on into the TV, into the living room, and see the cameras. But after Thanksgiving, the next time I was in there, and with cops asking me, I said there are cameras in the house, but there were no cameras in the house.
Okay. Now, did you know what your parents were going to do on the day after Thanksgiving? Did they discuss their future plans for you? with you?
I knew they were going to take the boat. I knew they were taking items they had packed. They were starting the packing process, so they had already moved a bed. The reason the one room to the left didn't have a bed is because they had already set up, to my understanding, a bed at the new house, and they, to my understanding, had already brought boxes or were taking not passed, were taking boxes up there, and so that's why there was boxes in that upstairs room.
Okay. So, when was the last time you spoke to your father?
It would have been Thanksgiving night.
Did you hear from him by text or telephone after Thanksgiving?
The picture I had texted because I wanted to post that picture of the boys and Dad and Lisa. So I had texted them for that picture, but nobody responded. And then I had texted another text, and I'm not sure what the other text said, but no one was, and it was in the group text with my sister, and no one responded.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes. I thought you were asking me. I was like, yeah, sure.
Let me show you. I think there's an objection, Judge, to these being introduced as exhibits. Exhibit number 6, and ask you if you can identify this.
Yes, ma'am. That was the picture we took on Thanksgiving.
And that's the picture that we had published during the opening statement. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your entire family. And if you could just identify the people in the photograph, if you could publish, I would send.
Any objection? Hearing none, you may vote.
It is Dad and Lisa's in the photo, and then my youngest son, Ben, is in the photo, and my middle son.
Hold on a second, we're going to get that up on the screen so the jurors can see what you're talking about. Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
That is
I
Dad.
can see it right here.
Okay. That is Dad and Lisa. Dad is on the right, and then Lisa's on the left, and then Joel Michael Jr. is next to him, and then Preston, my oldest son, is at the very top. And we color coded for holidays. At that time, kind of lost that a little bit, but you see that Ben and Baylor are in the same outfit. Ben being taller, but he stayed small for so long. Like he stayed in 8-year-old clothes. And so he looks tiny there. He's way bigger now. And then Ben is the littlest one.
Okay. And I want to show you exhibit number 7, 8, and 9. And ask you if you recognize these photographs.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I recognize what's in the picture. These are the first time I think I've seen these.
What's in the pictures?
These are the stuff that this is the stuff that Joel Michael gave the boys.
Okay. Can you look at all of those photographs just to make sure?
Yes.
Did a forensic technician come out to your house at some point and take photographs of all of you?
They came out and took photographs and swabbed all of us, and then that's when they were asking about this stuff, and then I said they have the tubs of this. The boys hadn't. I'm not sure what date it was on, but the boys had just basically brought it in the house, so we
could publish
threw it.
those exhibits. So that's how they were brought into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be exhibit number 9, and then the next one? No. Good.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
And Exhibit 8, does this depict the Beanie Babies that the defendant gave your sons?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Exhibit 9, also just other toys that he was given?
Yes,
that
ma'am.
were given to him. Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit about how you found out about your parents' deaths?
Say it again, found out.
About your parents' deaths?
So Monday morning came, and in our family we have this thing to where we always answer text. You don't not, it's double negative, but you always answer a text. And no one had answered my text, so I had texted them, but then I came down with the stomach virus on Sunday, and so that it took me a minute to get over that, but I had to go to work on Monday. So when I got up for work on Monday, I was driving in, and I don't know when I called my sister, but I know I was on the phone with my sister that morning, and I said, are you all mad at me? Is somebody mad at me? It's not like my family, especially my dad and Lisa, they didn't have problems with, like they just made the intent to not have problems with people. They would never voice their problem with somebody, and so for them to not answer my text was really weird. And so I said, well, I told Angela I'm going to text them or wait on their response, and I'm not sure. I'm sure I texted them again or tried to call them. I believe by this point their phones were going to voicemail. And I said, I'm going to go after work and check on them if they've not responded. And she said, okay, just let me know. And usually if we panicked like that, it always was, at the point, okay. And so I don't know the exact time, but about 2, Jennifer had got in touch with me through Facebook.
Jennifer Whited?
Yes, ma'am. And she had said, there's something wrong, you need to call me, and I'm not sure her exact message. And so I called her, and she said, you need to get a hold of the detectives. And so I called Detective McCord, and he said, you need to come meet me. And I was working, I can't remember, I don't think the school day was over because I said people had to get my class. I'm a teacher. And that I had to walk straight out the building, and I collected my kids, my own kids, and he said, do not go to the house, and I said, okay, and he said, meet me at the Harley Davidson place, and I met him at the Harley Davidson parking lot.
Okay, and did he tell you what had happened or what he feared had happened?
He said they didn't. He said the bodies were unidentifiable, and I said, well, if you will,
Without going into what he said, let me ask you this. Did you give him information about your parents' cars, the kind of cars they had?
Yes, I gave him everything. For the most part, I think I gave him everything he asked about. He was asking about, he didn't know who was there, whose body was there, which didn't make sense at the time. But
did you tell him who had been present with you on Thanksgiving?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you give him information about the defendant, about your brother being present on Thanksgiving?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, were you able to give him descriptive information about your brother?
Yes.
Like, what do you look like?
All of them, yes.
Okay. Now, I know that must have been a difficult time for you. Is your memory sequential? I mean, do you remember everything, or are things just sort of jumbled for you?
It's a jumble. It's like most people's memories are linear. Mine's like a ball, and then there's different.
Okay.
So it's not. It's not going to be sequential.
Is it fair to say that you were shaken by this interaction with Detective McCord?
I was, because I couldn't understand. Like I said, if you all will just let me, you can cover their face, and there's 1980s all written all over them. Like their hair was 1980s, and their we're always in bathing suits.
Okay. So when did you next go back to the house on Goldenview?
That's the part I don't know. It was after, it wasn't any time I don't know. I can't. I don't know the date. It would have been after we were allowed back in there, but it would have been, I don't know. Can't tell you a date. That's what the jumbled part is. There's a couple of weeks there where it was just so too
So
much.
the last time you saw your parents was on Thanksgiving, and the last time you saw your brother, Joel Michael Jr., was on Thanksgiving.
Yes, ma'am.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point to him for the jury? Were you involved in your father's estate in any way after their deaths were confirmed?
I was the executor of this. I mean, the executor of Dad's estate, not the executor
Yes.
of Lisa's.
And as part of your duties as the executor, were you made aware of financial transactions on your father's accounts that took place after November the 26th,
Yes, ma'am.
2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as part of your duties as the executor, did the estate receive any sort of credits on the accounts as a result of charges that were made after November the 26th, 2016?
Because if it was before that date, it's not considered theft, so there's no disputing it. But since it was after the date of their death, I provided a death certificate, and there were such large amounts for utility, a large amount for a school. The only thing that we didn't get back, and it was just because someone paid on the credit card the $10,000. It was a $10,000 amount to his apartment complex, but the apartment complex refused to even.
Okay. What school were you dealing with?
LSU.
LSU?
Yes.
Okay.
To my memory.
Just a second. Did your parents typically keep their dog in the laundry room locked up?
That dog was so pampered that they would jokingly threaten him to send him to my house. Just straight up, like he had to have the water fed to him a certain way and certain ice chips, and they would never lock him in a room ever. But that's just not how Lisa did things.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon. Just a couple of questions. So, in sum, you're saying Joel Michael, the person on trial today, was more outgoing and friendly at Thanksgiving than you'd seen him before?
It's not more. He was outgoing and friendly. He usually is never outgoing and friendly.
Okay.
He doesn't speak at all.
And your parents had to be out of the house by December 13th?
I am not sure on the certain date.
But sometime in that neighborhood they were moving?
Yes, sir.
So it may not have been unusual then, the Friday afterwards, for your dad to start collecting the guns in one place to move them?
I don't know what would be usual or unusual.
Okay. Thank you, that's all.
You're right.
No.
Thanks, Tyler. You may sit down. You may remain in the courtroom. Who's next?
Could be Officer Ballard and,
Longer 30 minutes, right? Folks, our next witness is going to be a little bit more lengthy, so let's go ahead and take a recess. Once again, do not discuss the case among yourselves or anyone else. You may leave it open to the chair. Please go, officers. I'll see you in about 10 minutes. All right, everyone, you may be seated. Does the state waive the call, jury? Defense waive the call? Welcome back, folks. Thank you for that break. We're ready to resume the state's proof. Gentlemen, if you please call your next witness. Detective, please come forward. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in the case now on trial be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat, sir. Once you're seated, you may remove your face cover.
Tell us your name, sir.
Stephen Ballard,
And by whom are you employed?
Knox County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity?
I work in the Major Crimes Unit.
I want to talk about the year 2016. Were you so employed in that year, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what was your assignment on November the 28th, 2016?
I was a patrol canine officer,
In what region of Knox County were you charged with patrolling?
West Knoxville.
And does that include Goldenview Lane?
Yes, sir.
And I want to ask you about that day, sir. Did you have cause to respond to 11434 Goldenview Lane here in Knox County?
Yes, sir.
And what was the basis of you responding to that residence?
It was to do a welfare check on Lisa Guy.
Okay. And did you in fact go to that residence?
Yes, sir.
And if you would, tell the members of the jury what you did to accomplish your welfare check once you got to the residence.
The first initial response, I pulled up to the residence, I exited my vehicle, I went to the front door, knocked on the front door, rung the doorbell, didn't get a response. So I went to the, if you're facing the house, I went to the left side of the house. There was a small white 4-foot fence around the backyard. I noticed a dog house in the backyard. I whistled for the dog. Didn't get any response. Looked down, noticed that the gate was locked. At that point, I come back around to the front door of the home, and I knock and ring the doorbell again.
Okay. Did you have cause to notice whether or not the residence was for sale at that time?
There was a for sale sign in the front yard.
And were there vehicles physically in the driveway of the residence?
Yes, sir.
And in the course of your welfare check, did you run those vehicle tags, sir?
I could have possibly run those on my computer. Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not you did that day?
I don't recall.
Okay. So when you go to the door, sir, are you looking in the door or are you just knocking and ringing the doorbell?
No, sir. I'm just knocking and ringing the doorbell. It had been an officer safety issue to be peering in.
When you say an officer safety issue, what are you talking about, sir?
Typically, if I go out to a residence, I don't put my face up to the window to be able to see inside. It's an officer safety issue.
And how long on the initial response did you spend at 11434 Goldenview Lane?
I'll say approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. Can I approach you?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Giles, I'm going to approach and show you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 10 for identification. Can you identify that, sir?
Yes, sir. That's 11434 Goldenview.
Does that accurately reflect the residence that you responded to on November 28, 2016?
Yes, sir.
You want to read us some evidence?
Any objection?
No.
To the exhibit 10.
After your initial response, did you have cause to return to that residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me back up a little. Where did you go after your first response, after you left the residence?
I went about my daily duties, and I believe that I had actually pulled into a parking lot off a level road before I initially went back out for the second time.
Okay, and do you recall the lapse of time between the first visit and the second?
I'll say approximately an hour to 2 hours.
Okay, and what was the cause to go back a second time?
I had spoke with Detective McCord over the phone. We were discussing a robbery that had taken place on Level Road. I believe it was, the business was the Subway. We briefly spoke about that. Detective McCord asked me what I had found when I went out to the guy residence. I explained to him that the inside foyer light was on. There were vehicles in the driveway, but I got no response at the door. At that point, Detective McCord told me that he had a little more information and asked if I would go back out to the residence with him.
Okay, and did you in fact go back with Detective McCord?
Yes, sir.
And were any other patrol officers accompanying the two of you?
Yes, sir.
And who were they, sir?
That would have been Jarrett Graves, and I believe it was Sergeant Benjamin Gresham at the time.
Okay, and upon the second arrival, what, if anything, you guys do differently than you did in the first welfare check?
So the second time when we arrived there, the neighbor, if you're facing the guy residence, the neighbor to the left, her garage door was open. We actually went over, spoke with her briefly just to see if she could tell us when the last time was that she had seen them. Then we go across the street and speak with the neighbors across the street from the guy residence.
Is this something that you would do on any sort of welfare check when you're investigating further?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and after you get back to the physical residence, do you knock on the door and ring the doorbell again?
Excuse me, Detective Allen, I don't mean to interrupt. So I know we've tried 100 times cases in here, but there's a juror right behind you, and you're kind of standing in front of her, and I don't want her to miss what things. I'm
Forgive me
sorry,
with the
I
time,
know it's
John.
just a habit, but it's a little bit different.
I'll try to stay confined to the podium if I could.
Thank you.
What was the question again, sir?
When you returned to the residence after you canvassed the neighborhood, if you will, what did you go to the back of the residence at any point?
I believe at that point, Sergeant Gresham was on the front porch, and he had pointed out on inside the residence some groceries. You could see if you put your face up to the actual window, you could see groceries sitting inside in the foyer. So myself, Detective McCord, we go around the left side of the house. If you're facing the front of the house, we climb the fence, get into the backyard. We go up onto the porch area. As soon as you get up in front of the door, we noticed the doorknob. One of the doorknobs was missing, and Detective McCord had knelt down to look through that doorknob.
Okay. When you say a doorknob's missing, could you physically see into the residence?
Through the knob, through the doorknob hole, yes.
So where the knob should be?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based on that, did you have cause to investigate further?
Yes, sir.
And where do you go after the back of the residence? Where do you go next, sir?
So when we start walking back around, there's a back door to the garage that has a doggy door. I had attempted to see if that door was unlocked, and it was not. So then we go back around to the fence where we had crossed, and we climb back over the fence at that point.
Okay. And once you're back in the driveway after being in the backyard, what do you do, sir?
At some point, the garage door opens, and we enter the residence.
Okay. And when you say the garage door opens, is that as a result of law enforcement opening that garage door?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. It wasn't you physically who did it?
No, sir.
And when you enter the residence, if you would describe to the members of the jury what you were seeing and what was going on upon your initial entry.
So the garage door comes up. Detective McCord is in front of me. I'm behind Detective McCord. The other two officers are behind me. As we enter the garage, you can feel an intense heat coming out of the garage area. We go up to the interior garage door, and if you're facing in the garage, the interior garage door would have been to our right. Detective McCord announces Knox County Sheriff's Office, and at that point, he pushes the interior door open. When the interior door comes open, we step into the residence. There's some chemicals setting in the floor as soon as you step in, and then we begin to clear the residence.
Okay, and when you're clearing a residence, describe to the members of the jury what you're trying to achieve, sir.
We're trying to achieve to see if Mr. and Mrs. Guy are okay due to the fact they didn't come to the door. You've got groceries sitting in the floor, and the back doorknob's obviously missing at that point. We continue to go through the residence. As we go through the garage door, you see the chemical setting in the floor. There's like a short, long hallway to the right, the best I recall. And if you're looking down that hallway, you see a dining room table toward the front of the residence. I can see something at that point lying on the dining room table. We continue through, come down the foyer where the groceries are lying in the floor. I look to my right, I see long guns lying out on the dining room table. At that point, we turn to start up the stairway.
Let me ask you, sir, at this point, do you have your service weapon drawn?
Yes, sir.
And do the other officers with you have their service weapons drawn?
I know Detective McCord did. The other two officers were behind me at that point.
And in terms of what you're perceiving with your senses, can you smell chemicals?
I actually feel a tingling on my forehead from the time that I entered the home. As we continue on and start up the steps, the heat is more intense. It seems to be getting hotter.
Okay. And if you would, describe what, if anything, you observed in the course of going up the steps.
There again, the groceries were in the floor. I noticed the weapons lying out on the dining room table. We start up the steps. We get to a landing where there's a small, like, child gate. Detective McCord sees some blood that he believes to be on the wall at that point. He asks if anyone had gloves on them, and I did have a pair of gloves in my BDU pockets. I pulled those gloves out to put them on so that we could open that gate and go on up to the landing upstairs.
Okay, and to the best of your recollection, if you could describe the layout of the upstairs once you make it to the second floor.
So when you hit the landing, there's a room immediately to your right that turns, it turns back kind of behind you. Then there was a room on an angle to my right and another room on an angle to my left with a long hallway.
Okay, and in terms of what you believe to be blood, do you see anything once you get to the top of the stairs?
Yes, sir. When I get to the top of the steps, I believed it to be a human hand or a hand lying at the very end of the hallway.
Okay. And did you go a different way or have cause to go a different way than Detective McCord did initially when you're clearing the residence?
Yes, sir. Detective McCord broke off immediately to the right and kind of behind where I was, and I continued down the hallway.
Okay. And where you think you see hands, do you eventually make it to that room, sir?
Yes, sir.
And do you clear that room?
Yes, sir. Partially. Yes, sir.
And if you would, describe what you see in that room.
I see a human hand. It was lying in an upright position with another human hand that was closed fist behind it.
Okay. And after you make those observations, what do you collectively do as the officers who are clearing the residence?
Detective McCord had seen something in one of the other rooms and requested that we back out at that point. And at that point, we worked our way back out of the residence, and I went, if you were facing their residence, I went to the outside far back right of the residence and held a perimeter till we could get additional officers on scene.
And when you say you held a perimeter, is there any reason why you were continuing to hold a perimeter if you cleared the interior of the residence?
The complete interior of the residence, I don't believe, had been cleared at that point.
Okay, and at any point during the time within the residence at 11434 Goldenview, were you alerted as to the presence of a dog anywhere?
Yes, you could hear a dog in one of the rooms faintly barking.
Okay, and where the dog was, is that one of the rooms that you cleared?
No, sir.
Okay. And when you're holding your perimeter back outside, how long do you do that?
How long what, sir?
How long are you holding the perimeter outside?
It seemed like forever. Maybe 15 minutes,
okay.
10, 15 minutes.
And did you have reason to re-enter the residence that day, sir?
I did not.
Okay. And I want to ask you, sir, are you equipped with a body camera?
Yes, sir.
On this date, November 28, 2016?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review those videos prior to testifying today?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if we could, we would ask to publish 3 segments of body camera footage from November 28, 2016. show you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 11 for identification. Can you identify that disc, sir?
Yes, sir, it's marked with my name on it and being my body camera.
And does it have the date, the same as the day that you responded to 11-434 Goldenview Lane?
Yes, sir, it does.
We knew that in evidence, sir.
It's Exhibit 10, or Exhibit 11, you may vote.
Thank you, Todd. I'm going to show you first the initial response to the residents.
The LEDs, please.
I may stop you periodically just to ask questions, but is there a reason why the portion of the front end of the body camera footage is typically muted?
Is there a difference in what, sir?
Is there a reason why the front end of the body camera footage is muted?
My understanding is when you very first turn the camera on, there's a delay in that.
Tell us what you're doing, sir.
This is me arriving at 11-434 Goldenview. And at this point, I'm going to approach the front door. K96, 1097.
What are you doing at this point, sir?
I rung the doorbell at this point.
You spoke about vehicles being present in the driveway. Are those the same vehicles that are present?
Yes, sir. This is where I'm going to the side of the residence to try to check the back.
There may be a Katie Harold. I'll call the alarm company and verify.
What are you doing, sir?
I rung the doorbell again and just waiting to see if I get a response.
second visit to the residence?
With if that's the video with Detective McCord, we will climb that fence.
Sir, when you say that the doorknob is missing or absent from the rear door, is that depicted in the screen, sir?
Yes, sir. Detective McCord is actually looking through where the doorknob is missing at this point.
Here's the deal. They said that they purchased a house in Johnson City, so hopefully he'll have information on it.
They're saying Robbinsville, the neighbors.
And the realtor's saying Johnson City.
Well, it's relatively close, yeah.
That doggy door? Yeah, there's supposed to be a hound dog. See, the hound dog's not out, the hound dog's not barking, all their cars are here. Okay.
Get, how many one of them bricks back over when you get over? Oops, you alright?
Oh, well, yeah.
You alright?
Want to?
No.
Nope.
No, one's good. You hunt. I'm going back off for a minute.
At this point, is this when you make entry into the residence?
Yes, after this takes place, we do make entry into the residence. It appears that Officer Graves had went into one of the guy's vehicle. I couldn't tell what he was doing at that point, but the garage door does open.
Hello, Sheriff's Office! There's a dog walking in.
I hear a dog howling.
Knox County Sheriff's Office!
Damn hammer.
Police! Police Department, Sheriff's Office! Knox County Sheriff's Office!
Sheriff's Office!
Those that you observed to the other side of the front door, sir?
Yes, sir.
I I got the guns down here. Yeah, I got several. Clear. Knox County Sheriff's Office!
Back everybody out. That's blood, right? Everybody got
Looks like it.
Is that blood or boo-boo?
It looks like blood.
Anybody got gloves on?
Yeah, I'm not close.
Knox County Sheriff's Office! We're here to check your welfare! And then just drop back. Knox County Sheriff's Office!
I've got one, probably one down here too, Jay. I'm going right, Benji.
And that's where I noticed the hands at the end of the hallway.
This room's clear.
Hold up. Oh my God.
You good, Jeremy?
Back out.
We got clear. Go. I'm going across. Got you.
Clear, get out.
Clear. This door says where dog is. Knives. Blood. Hands. Is that people's hands? Yeah, I think so. That's what I see. That's what it looks like.
Where's your fucking hands? Get out now.
I ain't cleared it. We not cleared this. There's blood all over it though. You wanna?
Can't back out. Everybody back out.
We need to start.
No.
A lot of. What you got in here?
Everything else already. You don't want to go in. Everything else already. Call game on that. Don't call anybody else. I don't need shit blown up yet. Call game on that. Back out. Out through the garage, same way we came in. Don't touch nothing.
Yes, sir.
I believe that's all we'd like to close from this portion.
The entire, the General Sanchez, the rest of that video is in, correct?
It is in.
Okay.
Not much more speaking on.
Thank you.
The events you testified to today, sir, did they occur here in Knox County?
Yes, sir, it did.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You said that when you first went out, you did not put your face up to the glass. It's an officer safety issue.
Yes, sir.
Is there a fear of what could be on the other side of the glass, or someone see you peering in and react?
Absolutely.
Okay, okay. Is there a policy as to that, or is that just training, or?
I don't think there's a policy. I believe that's just training.
Okay. But then I think you indicated one of the officers did do that. Is that right?
Yes, sir, after numerous other officers were on the scene.
Okay. And after the door had been knocked on several times, and
Yes,
the
sir.
doorbell rung.
Yes, sir.
Now, at the back, after you've jumped the fence and Officer McCord's gone up and looked into the hole, he does not tell you anything about what he sees or experiences.
I don't recall.
Okay,
That
it's
he
not
did.
on the tape where he says, "Oh, I feel a lot of heat,"
Yeah, I don't recall that he told me that.
and he doesn't say anything on the tape about smelling a chemical smell.
I don't recall him telling me that.
In fact, it looks like after he goes to a side window and looks in, does he say the word nothing?
I believe I heard someone say nothing.
And then when you, was it you who tried the doggy door?
Yes, sir, it was me.
It was locked,
Yes, sir, it was.
but there was no other useful information from the door?
Other than it being locked and no one crawled through it.
Okay. Now, the inside garage door, was that after the big car door opened, the inside door, that was closed, appeared to be closed?
It
when
was
you-
pulled to, yes, sir.
Okay. And Detective McCord either pushed it open or opened the, do you know which?
Yeah, I just know he pushed the door open, sir.
Okay. And you only went in the house the one time?
Yes, sir.
And it turned out there was not a suspect or anyone alive in the house?
No, no, sir.
Now, you said you talked to neighbors and someone saw a light on at 6:30, a bathroom light?
Yes, sir.
1 second, Your Honor. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Just very briefly, Mr. Halsted asked you that it turns out there was no suspects in the house. Let me ask you, back on November 28th, 2016, did you know whether or not anyone was in the rooms that you hadn't cleared?
No, sir, I had no idea.
Anything else, Mr. Halsted? Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Next witness.
Are we called Sandy Campbell?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the case now on trial be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat, officer, and once you're seated, you may remove your mask. Please speak in the microphone.
May we approach her briefly? What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Officer Sandy Campbell,
By whom you employed?
Knox County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity?
I'm currently assigned to the Forensic Services Unit.
And how long have you been employed at the Sheriff's Department?
Almost 9 years.
And has, in the course of your 9 years, in the course of your employment, have you exclusively been in the forensic unit?
No, I've been in the Forensic Unit for almost 7.
Okay. And tell us what, if any, training you've received as it has to do with forensics, particularly processing crime scenes?
Probably the most comprehensive training that I've received is attendance at the National Forensics Academy, which is a 10-week course recognized kind of worldwide as the standard, the gold standard of forensic services technician training.
Okay, and what are some of the things that, training that you undergo at the National Forensics Institute?
We do many different kinds of things, ballistics, insofar as like shooting reconstruction specifically, and blood pattern analysis. We do just crime scene management in general, different ways of processing for latent fingerprint, lots and lots of stuff.
Okay. And when we're dealing with crime scenes in particular, and crime scene management, as you put it, what are the types of things that you're doing on a crime scene in terms of physical evidence?
So specifically, my job consists of documenting, collecting, and preserving any sort of physical evidence that we find on a scene.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit, just because we have jurors in the way back
Okay.
here.
Get that microphone a little closer.
Okay.
Okay, and when you say processing and documenting, do you do that through the use of video?
Yes, video and just a digital camera as well, photographs.
And did you do a crime scene video in this case?
I did.
And Your Honor, if I could, I would late file Exhibit 12, I believe, and I'd ask to publish that.
Be fine. Folks, Exhibit 12 is currently in electronic form, so we're going to go ahead and show it to you. By the end of the day, we'll actually have it on a hard disk to have with your deliberations, but you may
Thank you. And before I publish, kind of tell us why you became involved with this case when you responded.
My supervisor at the time was Captain Brad Park, and he called me on the phone and said, come over here to this address. We've got a huge scene, so.
And do you recall what day that was?
It was the 28th of November.
And what year?
2016.
Okay. And you did state you, in fact, did do a video of the crime scene?
I did.
And did you take pictures of the crime scene?
I did.
And did you collect physical evidence?
I did.
And talk to us a little bit about the practices and procedures that you use when you collect physical evidence.
There's a lot of glove changing, so there's not cross-contamination with DNA. And we preserve things in paper bags rather than plastic, because plastic over time can kind of degrade the evidence if there's biological material on it on the inside of the bag. So we're going to use paper bags so that air can help keep microbial growth at a minimum.
Okay. And once you get a piece of physical evidence, do you seal that piece of evidence?
We do. We seal it along edges with evidence tape that's then signed and dated.
And where is the physical evidence stored?
I'm sorry?
Where's the physical evidence stored?
We have it stored in the Forensic Services lab, which is downstairs in this building, and it's locked in the lab and then additionally locked in these cages that you see in the back of the room. We refer to them as cages.
And do you use evidence placards?
We do, yes.
And can you describe to the members of the jury the significance of those?
So initially when we do a walkthrough in a scene, we're trying to identify obvious items of evidence. So sometimes not everything gets marked on the initial walkthrough because we don't recognize its importance at the time. So when that happens, when we do that initial walkthrough, we do mark with a plastic evidence placard the items that we consider to be of possible evidentiary value at that point. So when you see pictures, you will see evidence placards kind of throughout, and that's what they're being used to mark the significance, so then we can tell later like spatial relationships if it turns to matter more.
Okay. Is that typically something you do after your initial walkthrough of a crime scene?
Yes, because the initial walkthrough is kind of what do we have, like what appears to be most important in the very beginning.
Okay, so the video, would that be absent evidence placards at that point?
It would be, yes. This video is like the first kind of like official walkthrough from the Forensic Services unit, so we have some sort of idea of what matters.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, we can publish that video.
see from the crime scene tape, it's very windy, and that's going to matter in just a minute in the video. Just that it's very windy that day. So in the video, in just a moment, you're going to see why that matters, because this is something that we would not normally do on a scene that's about to happen. That would probably be, yeah. Is that where I can kind of explain what we're coming to as we come to it? So again, it's really windy. And this is just like approaching the garage. And this evidence marker is on its side to mark this piece of evidence. And it's so windy it blows it over. And so I'm using my gloved hand to grab it and put it within, like inside the garage, to keep it from blowing away again. So this is approaching through the garage. Into a sort of eat-in kitchen area. So table in the eat-in kitchen. Random items in the kitchen floor. And then this is the kitchen proper. So it's important to note here that the stovetop is on in this large stock pot.
At this point, do you have any knowledge of anything being inside the stock pot?
No. So this is continuing kind of to the other side of the kitchen counter. And then on into the formal dining room area of the residence. So this is, I'm stepping into the foyer of the residence. This is the front door, and it faces the street. And here I'm noting that the heating unit for the house, for the downstairs of the house, is set to 90 degrees, and it was very, very warm in there. And that's the front door and some miscellaneous groceries that are sitting in the floor.
Let me ask you whether or not there was perishables in those groceries.
There were. So this is just a half bath that's in the downstairs. So this is the living room downstairs in the residence, and you can see on this side it's open to the eat-in kitchen. This is the back door, and you'll note it's missing a doorknob. I don't believe this one was on. So off the living room here is this kind of little office area. So that's what that next doorway is. So this is back through the foyer. So there's some reddish brown staining right here, and we refer to things that we believe to be blood as reddish brown staining in forensics before they're tested and confirmed by a lab to be blood. So if you hear us refer to RBS or reddish brown staining, that's what that is. So here's more RBS down the side of the wall, and here at this gate, and on the banister as well. So this is just the landing at the top of the stairs, just kind of a small, almost foyer type area. There's more of that reddish brown staining on the wall. And this is the master bedroom of the residence. And I know we had to turn the volume of the video down so that you could hear me speak while I describe it, but the sound in the video changes at this point. There's a loud noise in here because there's a heater on and blowing within the room. Yes. You can see the bag moving right there in the breeze being put off from the heater. It was turned on I think at the highest setting it could go. This is one of my coworkers who's also on scene with me. So this is the heater that was on. Yes, it is set to the number 3 setting, which is presumably the highest fan setting on it, like a fan. And this is going into the master bathroom. So what you're seeing here is plastic sheeting that's on the ground in 2 large Rubbermaid type tubs. And this is a shower with a hose attached to the top attachment. The shower head has been removed and a hose has been put there instead, like a garden hose type of thing.
In your own words, I know it may be difficult, but if you could describe to members of the jury what you observed in the 2 tubs.
It was liquid with pieces of human body in it, in each of them. Both tubs had body parts in them, and they were kind of bulging on the sides. There is a heater in the bathroom. At this time, it's not on. But the master bedroom area of the house was definitely the warmest part of the house. And the upstairs was even warmer than the downstairs of the house. So to the best of my recollection, the only heater that's on besides the central heat and air units is the one here in the master bedroom. See, this is the heater I was talking about that's in the master bedroom, but it's turned off right now. It's unplugged. So this is a set of like dishwashing gloves that are turned inside out on the counter there. This is the rest of the hose. This is back through the master bedroom. This is just the closet in the one of the closets in the master bedroom. Now we're walking back into the upstairs foyer. And now we're going into the guest bedroom. There's more reddish brown staining in the floor. A suitcase here. These are tops to blue Rubbermaid containers that were similar, if not the same ones, for the ones in the master bath. So these are the lids. And there's a bunch of textbooks here and some medication. This is a dresser. There's like a box of bullets there, box of gloves that's been opened, a container of hydrogen peroxide. It's food grade hydrogen peroxide with some reddish brown staining on it. And here on the other side of the bed is a backpack. And then moving towards the bed. there's some reddish brown staining on the bed and a laptop computer. This is back out into the foyer. And this is the upstairs temperature control. And it's at 95 degrees at this point. So this is kind of across the hallway from the guest room is a room that I think we refer to in our notes as a storage room. There's more reddish brown staining on the door frame of that room. So we're coming back out into the hallway at this point. And there's a bathroom on the right, a laundry room on the left, and straight ahead is kind of a bonus exercise room kind of thing. It's over the garage of the residence. So this is the hall bathroom. It's a pile of clothes and towel on the floor. Right here in the corner, what we're trying to show is that there's a pile of, looks like used medical tape and bandage type stuff. So there's a lot of stuff on top of the vanity and a lot of reddish brown staining. So this is across the hallway into the laundry room. And this is back to the room above the garage. Looks like it's set up as an exercise room / possible guest room. It's a pile of clothes with staining and a couple of knives. This is a large amount of reddish brown staining, and right back here at where this overturned Bowflex is. Wait till we get back to it. Right here was a set of what appeared to be male human hands that were severed from any other part of. They were just the hands. So more reddish brown staining on the door of this closet in this room. So these blinds are torn or broken. And this large amount of staining here in the corner. Yes, I took some of the photos on the scene.
Why do you take pictures as well as take a crime scene video?
So initially, is we just really want you all as the jury to be able to see like the relationship and space of what it's like when you're walking into there. So that's why we start with the video, and then usually when one person is shooting the video, the next people are coming in and doing the same thing, but just with photographs with no evidence markers in place. And then we set evidence markers in place and then come back through with another time and take more photos.
Your Honor, just for the record, I have not marked these numerically yet. Since there's 320 collectively. So whatever number we're on, I'll come back and mark them. you,
How many did you say there were, 320?
320, right? That number range, right?
Oh, it's 12 through 331.
Okay. I'm gonna hand you what's gonna be marked exhibits.
What?
13.
I missed. Yeah. 332. Yeah, that's right. 332.
So exhibits 13 through 332. If you could kind of thumb through those and not individually, but tell us kind of what we're looking at.
All right, these are the crime scene photos I took after placards were in place. And as you recall at the beginning when I was explaining how we use placards, is that we put them in place with what we believe to be items that we believe to be of evidentiary value. Sometimes more items become apparent as we've gone through the scene. So keep that in mind, and I'll try to explain that as we get to it if I find things that did not get marked in the photos that I took.
At this point, we move exhibits 13 through 332.
Any objection?
I don't believe so, but I can't say. I know we've gone over the pictures. I don't know what each of those 320 are, but I know we've set guidelines, so I assume that they are within what we had agreed
Subject to
to.
our previous orders.
Yes.
They are. They do comply with the order.
Very good.
This is the traction agent.
Are you gonna publish all these?
I am,
All
yeah.
right, we're gonna take a break. All right, folks, before we get to these photographs, let's go ahead and take a recess. About 10 minutes, stretch your legs. Again, do not assess the case for yourself or anyone else. You can leave it up to your to go to officers. Ready to resume with the state's case. General, you ready for the jury?
We are.
Ready, Mr. Halstead? Bring them on in, Officer Thompson. Yes. Does the state waive the call, jury? Defense waive the call? Welcome back, folks. We're ready to resume Officer Campbell's direct testimony. You're getting ready to see a whole lot of pictures. As you recall, when I told you when we receive an item into evidence, it is something that you're going to have with you in the jury room during deliberation. So you're going to have all these photographs. You'll get a look at them in a lot more detail. Since there's a large number, I suspect we're getting ready to go through these really quickly, and you may be thinking, oh, I wish you could go back and see that. Well, you'll have a chance to go back and see that all you want to during deliberations, because we're going to go through these pretty quickly. Officer, you understand you are still under oath?
Yes, sir.
You may resume your direct examination.
Okay, this is a picture of the exterior of the residence right here at the garage door, and you remember that placard, that piece of evidence that was blowing in the breeze in the beginning of the video? It's here in this corner by the front tire of that bicycle. It's marked as evidence marker A.
Okay. Next photo.
You can see it's got some reddish brown staining on it. It's a little piece of paper towel. So this is going into the garage proper. It's a medical examiner and a death investigator. So my scale on the ground right here is marking what appears to be a bloody shoe print or reddish brown staining.
General, if you would pause right there. Let's see what styles this here. I was going to have her walk. My stylist has walked away.
I have a laser on it, I'm not sure how it will.
Well, either way, also this is a touch screen.
Oh.
If you want to mark anything with your finger, you can. We'll just keep it clear on what you do.
Okay.
You may want to preserve any mark.
No approach of the laser.
Yeah, you'll go that. All right, you may resume.
Next photo.
So this is just a closer up picture of the same fragment. Again. 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 Yeah, so going into the kitchen, the eat-in dining room table, the table in the eating kitchen. Evidence marker B is 2 wallets and a set of keys. It's going to kind of do overalls of the room first. So stuff here in the floor, stuff on the counters, all marked.
And what you're stating is all the placards have significance, or what
Correct.
you believe to be a piece of
Yes.
evidence.
Yes.
And the green box, did you have a chance to document what that was?
Yeah, I think there's a closer up picture of it later. I'm not sure if it's in this pile of photos, but it's a box that's marketed as containing something that's marketed as a bleach sprayer.
Going forward.
So this is back at the table. So again, B is the 2 wallets and the set of keys.
And did you have a chance to document whose driver's license was in the red wallet?
The red wallet driver's license is Lisa Guy. So item C, we use the tool. So the vice grips here and the hammer are marker C. And we ended up including the money in marker D just because it was going to be easier to keep more like things together. So D is the magazine and the purse and the money. So this is a bag of trash and some towels, and like I don't remember exactly how we broke it up. I'm not sure if you guys are going to get a list of the evidence, but bleach sprayer, bag of trash, towels, some rolls of trash bags, 3 containers of bleach, a bottle of muriatic acid, and a unopened thing of baking soda. There's also a lighter there.
Moving on into the kitchen.
So this is the, moving on into the kitchen. G is a cell phone. H is the stock pot. So I is the contents of the sink, which is what appears to be a doorknob and a realtor's lock in some sort of fluid. We're not sure exactly at this point what it is. So this is the other side of the sink, and item J and K.
And what does evidence placard J?
I believe J is there's a set of gloves there, like disposable blue medical type gloves.
And evidence placard K?
I believe K is that empty pill bottle. Let me verify, bear with me. It is that empty prescription bottle.
When you were documenting this crime scene, were there any pills left in evidence marker K, the pill bottle?
No, that pill bottle was empty.
And did you have cause to look as to who it was prescribed to?
It was, I think there's a picture of it that'll show specifically. I think it is to Joel M. Guy.
Moving into the
So
dining
this,
room.
into the dining room, and this is, in this photo you can see just guns and boxes of ammunition were marked. So item W there that's marked as W is part of a doorknob and some, like the interior workings of the doorknob and a screwdriver. So going into the foyer, we marked the groceries that had been brought in. It was just a large amount, so we were going to count multiple items under each evidence placard. So there's some bacon and some sausage and some lunch meat, and all of these things were warm. They were no longer cold. Dog treats, carpet cleaner. So this was some ice cream. It's some Ben & Jerry's and then some Mayfield Brown Cows, and they were completely melted. Like, they weren't cold at all anymore. Dog food. So this is back towards at the top of the stairs. So the upstairs evidence placards have an arrow pointing up to show that that is representing it's the upstairs of the house. So we've started over with the alphabet, but now there's a arrow indicating that it's the upstairs.
In this group of placards, A, B, C, D, and E,
Yes.
what is that?
This is all the stuff that was kind of at the top of the stairs in that kind of foyer area. So A, I believe we broke down into it was 2 black Nike tennis shoes with some staining, and that cast iron. We also considered item A to be that pile of clothing there that all had been cut.
B?
Let's see. B is an empty bottle of crystal drain opener that says lye 100%. 1 empty number 2 sewer line cleaner. It was a 6 pounds, 8 ounce container of it.
And evidence marker C?
C is a stainless steel kitchen knife, so you can't really see it very well in this picture, but there's another picture of it in a moment.
And evidence marker D?
D is more empty containers of this 6 pound, 8 ounce number 2 sewer line cleaner.
And are these empty or are they
Yes,
full?
yes, all of these chemical, like, component containers are empty. So
Okay,
you can
and-
see right there on that close-up of C that there's part of a knife there. So it's underneath some other stuff, but
Oh, okay. Would that be what you're describing?
yes.
Okay, evidence marker E.
E is the scissors. It's kind of, yeah.
Okay, moving into master bedroom.
Yes, in the master bedroom. This is a large amount of items kind of in the floor piled up there, so we divided them the best we could. So there's multiple items under each letter, every number placard.
Evidence marker F.
F, I believe, it says 2 trash bags, 2 black trash bags.
And evidence marker G.
G, we have as 1 empty Clorox glove packaging and 1 gray bag. So that gray bag right there.
And evidence marker H.
H is this Walmart bag right there containing, I believe it's Walmart bag, containing starter gray workout pants, gray long sleeve t-shirt, and 2 pairs of gray socks.
Okay, evidence marker I.
I is a 3M dust mask and Irwin vice grip tag, and it's also 1 unopened gallon jug of Liquid Fire is the brand of drain line opener.
Okay. And evidence marker J.
J has a lot of stuff in it. It's got it's Flex-On hose packaging, HDX extension cord, Sharpie markers, safety goggles, a Defiant heavy-duty timer, Delta shower head, Irwin vice grip, a Home Depot bag with HDX extension cord, a piece of plastic packaging.
And evidence marker K.
K is, let's see, 1, 2, 3 unopened Pure Health Discounts certified 35 food grade hydrogen peroxide, and then also under evidence marker K we collected 2 glass dropper bottles.
That better depict. Okay. Evidence marker L.
L is it's a large roll of clear plastic, and it's packaging as well that it came in.
That plastic that you describe, is that consistent with what's in the master bathroom?
I can say that it appears to be cut. It doesn't appear to have come from the manufacturer with the jagged edge. And the bathroom floor is also lined with a piece of plastic that appears to be cut.
Evidence marker M.
M is an Nova mountable heater, a Bayco work light, a glass blender pitcher.
Evidence marker N.
N is 7 Thai brand Beanie Babies and 1 Clifford stuffed dog.
Evidence marker O.
O is 1 Eastwig 3-pound hammer, a flashlight, a Home Depot bag, a Bayco work light, clear packaging, and 2 glass dropper bottles.
Evidence marker P.
P is a Defiant heavy-duty timer, GE light bulbs, Zep empty sprayer bottle, and 1 Walmart bag. And there's also a Breville blender base.
Evidence marker Q.
Q is 2 Post-it notes with handwriting on them.
Evidence marker R.
R is the plastic sheeting that's in the floor of the master bath.
Okay. Evidence marker S.
S is a sprayer handle, a bristled brush head, torn hose packaging, 1 plastic washer, and 3 pieces of white packaging straps. And it's also 1 green hose.
Evidence marker T.
T is a Emerald brand kitchen knife.
Is that better depicted in this picture?
Yes.
Evidence marker U.
U is those gloves. They're like the kitchen dishwashing gloves, the kind of thick ones.
Evidence marker V.
V is 1 box of Hornady Critical Defense buckshot 12 gauge 8 pellet ammunition.
Let me back up there, excuse me. Evidence marker W.
So W is an open box of VWR size medium nitrile gloves. So just standard kind of medical type gloves.
Evidence marker Y.
I think Y is that laptop computer.
I want to ask you what evidence marker looks like a small b and a big B.
Yeah, so what happened is we ran out of the alphabet, so we had to start over, so we've doubled the letters, so A, B, B, C, C, kind of moving forward. So B, I believe, is the, I think we just took the sheets and everything. It's, yeah, we took the flat sheets, the pillowcase, the fitted sheets. There's a towel on the bed that has some staining on it. We took that. And then the comforter. So it's all the bedding.
Okay. Evidence marker double C.
Double C are the prescription bottles there on the shelf right below. And there's 4 of them for, some are for Joel M. Guy, and 1 of them is for Lisa Guy.
Evidence marker double A.
Double A is an unopened package of Clorox brand gloves and 2 plastic Walmart bag. It's at least a Walmart bag with a Baco work light in it as well.
Okay. Now returning to X.
X is an open container of the Pure Health Discount certified 35 food grade hydrogen peroxide.
I want to ask you about these cards. Did you collect these cards in the course of collecting physical evidence?
Let me see. Yes, we did.
And who are those cards?
They are, the name on the cards is Joel M. Guy.
And evidence marker Z.
Z is that glove that's
Okay.
laying there. I believe it's just 1.
what is this prescription for?
This one is for tramadol.
And the address on the bottles?
All of them have the address of Goldenview Lane.
Okay. Evidence marker double D there?
It is a Miracle Blade 3 knife.
Evidence marker double E?
Double E is 2 gray Under Armour, 2 gray Banana Republic underwear, and 2 white t-shirts.
Evidence marker double N?
Double N is the shower curtain. We ended up taking it because it had some staining on it.
Double I?
Double I is a set of keys. It has 7 keys and a Kia car fob and a cell phone, Samsung Galaxy S5.
Double J?
Double J is 1 bottle of hydrogen peroxide. It's a 16-ounce bottle.
Double K?
Double K is 1 blue round brush, several pieces of toilet paper with staining, and Renew saline contact case, medical tape packaging, Aveeno lotion, 2 Ziploc bags, multiple blue disposable gloves, Charmin wet wipes, and multiple pieces of medical tape.
Double F?
Double F is a drinking glass.
Double G?
Double G is 1 plastic Walmart bag with red skin potato salad and some Bactrin zinc ointment, 1 sock containing 1 receipt, 1 $5 bill, 1 $1 bill, 3 quarters, 4 pennies, 1 cardboard center first aid tape, a first aid tape, and a round piece of paper.
Double H?
Double H is 1 knife marked USMC and 6 spacers.
And when you say spacers, are those components of that knife?
Yes.
Is this the receipt that you physically collected?
Yes.
And what is the date on that receipt?
It is 11/26.
And the time on that receipt?
I think it says 15/25.
And the physical address on that receipt?
It's the Walmart at 10900 Parkside Drive in Knoxville. 15:35 was the time on the receipt.
And for those of us not familiar with military time, 15:35 would translate to what?
3:35 in the afternoon.
Double L is in the back.
All right, for double L, we have 2 bottles of 91% isopropyl alcohol. They're 16-ounce bottles. We have 1 roll of first aid tape, Equate triple antibiotic, Dermaplast pain relieving antibacterial spray, and another bottle of 91% isopropyl rubbing alcohol. This one is a 32-ounce bottle.
Double M?
Double M is that first aid tape there in the corner.
I believe we covered double N.
Yes,
Shower
it is
curtain.
the shower curtain.
Double O?
Double O is the trash can, the entire bag. We took the entire bag because we wanted the contents as well.
Double P?
Double P is one gray fleece blanket, a brown fleece blanket, 2 white washcloths, 1 sock, and 2 pair of gray Banana Republic underwear.
Are those consistent with the 2 pair of Banana Republic underwear from the guest bathroom?
Yes.
Say double T?
Double T is 1 Vitronics kitchen knife.
Double S?
Double S is 1 stainless steel kitchen knife.
Double R?
Double R is 1 camouflage UT hat.
Double Q?
Double Q is 2 white and blue Nike tennis shoes, 1 pack of Marlboro Lights, 1 Clippers, and 1 Blistex.
And double U?
There's more to double Q, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Jeans with a belt that have been cut, 1 black knee brace, 1 Hanes underwear, 2 socks, and 1 handkerchief. And also in double Q is 1 brown cut t-shirt, 1 camouflage cut hoodie, and 1 Tennessee sweatshirt that's also been cut.
Okay. And double U?
W is 1 white hand towel.
Like double V?
Double V is the comforter and the sheet, and then there's a white towel and a white trash bag on that bed. So all of those things we collected as well.
And did you notice any defects on the comforter?
Yes, if you'll, I think in the pictures it'll show soon. So there's this tear in the comforter, and you'll have noticed in the picture prior to this there was some fluff in the floor. So this is back downstairs, and I know that because this evidence marker E does not have the arrow. So this is the bag of trash that was in the kitchen floor. You remember that big pile of stuff that was down there as soon as you kind of walked in, right there in the eat-in kitchen part of the kitchen. Under those towels was this bag of trash. So this is the contents of that bag of trash.
And within the bag, are those latex gloves?
They are.
Are those consistent with the gloves that are upstairs?
Yeah, they appear to be the same kind. So this is back in the guest bedroom. This is one of those items that did not get initially marked as evidence, so it didn't have a placard in the beginning of the pictures. And this is the suitcase that was in the floor in the guest bedroom, right in front of the bookcase. You'll remember from the video it was open. So this is that suitcase.
What are we looking at?
This is a Post-it note that was in one of the zippered compartments of the suitcase.
What are we looking at, ma'am?
This is a handwritten Post-it note that says Dan Bedreau's Ace Hardware at 4767 Highway 1, Napoleon, Louisiana, 70390. It says Roto 6.5 pound sewer line cleaner, and then it says $19.99. So this is the rest of the suitcase back open.
In the underwear depicted in this picture, are those consistent
It's
with?
yes, another set of the Banana Republic underwear.
And just to clarify, the underwear that are located in the guest bathroom as well as in the laundry room?
Correct.
What are we looking at?
This is a knife sheath, and the sheath itself is stamped with USMC.
You also asked to document the physical clothing that was taken from the residence at 11434 Goldenview Lane.
Yes, so the piles of clothing that we had to really kind of stick everything in one, yes, I did photograph that in a separate manner in the forensics lab here.
And tell the members of the jury what you had to do to kind of make it a cohesive piece of clothing, if you will, or make sense of how it was left.
So you remember in the description, the clothing was all described as cut in one way or another. So typically speaking, when I'm going to photograph something like that, that has been cut, I want to kind of put it back together and then show the lines of where it's been cut. And the way that I do that is with orange evidence placards go underneath the cuts so that when everything is put back together, you can see where it was cut and how it used to be whole. So, like how it was cut open.
Okay, and where did you do that? Where did you actually take these pictures?
I took these pictures in the forensics lab
Okay.
downstairs here in this building.
Let me approach now. This is going to be 15 additional exhibits. I believe you left off from 333, 347. I'm going to approach with what's going to be marked as exhibits 333 to 347. Yes, sir. And if you could go through those and tell us what they are.
So these are pictures of, I can't remember what the evidence marker number was, but it's the pictures of the pile of women's clothes at the top of the stairs and the pile of men's clothes that were in the kind of bonus workout room above the garage.
Are those a fair and accurate copy of what you provided
Yes.
to us? Yeah, we've moved these in as states exhibits 333 through 347.
The exhibits 333 through 347.
You guys publish it.
You may publish.
Again, directing your attention to the screen, you can show us or tell us what exhibit 333 is.
So this is a pair of women's jeans, and they're cut from the top all the way to the bottom on the back aspect of the jeans. So this is the front aspect of the jeans. There's some staining, but no cuts. So this is a woman's bra that has been cut and also has some staining. This is a pair of women's underwear that also from the back aspect has been cut. This is a woman's tank top that has been also cut and has multiple cuts all within the back aspect. This is just kind of a closer up picture of the different kinds of cuts. This is another part of it showing it kind of open. That's how I know it's the back, because this is the inside. So this is a woman's sweater.
Would this be the front or the back?
I believe this one is the front, and it has all the staining. The sleeves are inside out though, so it is sitting there weirdly, but it's mostly inside out.
Again, direct your attention to is this a defect similar in nature to the previous photo?
Yes, that's more just kind of cut marks in the sweater. So this is the rear aspect of the sweater, and what I'm trying to do here is kind of piece it together the best that I can to show that it has not only been cut, but then also has like holes in it as well. So this is a pair of men's jeans, and I'm not sure if you can see, like right in here and right in here and also right in here are places where there's cuts on them. I'm sorry.
Top right corner, if you click on that arrow, the green arrow at the top right. See what I'm talking about?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oh, that
So
one.
you click
Oh.
on that, it brings your menu up.
Oh, and then
then you
clear
can
it.
change whatever you're gonna mark it, but hit
Okay,
clear
excellent.
to clear.
Okay, thank you. So there's more of the kind of cut. This is the back aspect of those jeans. So this is a man's t-shirt that has cuts along the front aspect. This is cut from top to bottom, or bottom to top. I'm not sure of the order, but
And if you would, if you'd circle those cuts on this shirt.
circle the cut. So what I'm talking about is through here being cut, and then there's also marks here, 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 here. So this is the back aspect of that same shirt. There is, and so it's dried kind of crinkly, so it doesn't really want to lay flat, and I don't want to stretch it. So it's right in there is the cut, and I think I'm not sure if there's a closer up picture of it or not in this series. No. So this is a man's camouflage sweatshirt, or like kind of jacket, and then underneath it, still attached, is a University of Tennessee sweatshirt, and they both have cuts in them, and the sweatshirt is cut, the jacket I believe had a zipper front closure, but I've used different colors on this to show, because I didn't want to take them apart, because I wanted to show that they were still together. So on this one, what you're seeing in this picture is going to be the green of the jacket cuts. So right here, and right here, I think are the main ones that are visible on this aspect. And this is the back aspect of the whole sweatshirt and jacket together.
All right, lights please, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you explained at the beginning a little bit of collecting physical evidence. And it seemed like a lot of effort goes into not contaminating the evidence, correct?
Yes.
So tell us again, you use gloves, right?
Yes.
And what else do you do?
There's a lot of glove changing in
Okay.
between different items of evidence.
Okay.
So we often will wear like a base layer because once your hands get sweaty, you can't put another pair on. So we wear a base layer and then exchange the exterior gloves
Okay.
very often.
And then you, as we see, you do a crime scene video of it, and then photograph without the placards, correct?
Correct.
And then photograph with the placards.
Correct.
Okay. So once the evidence is collected, you said you bag it in the plastic bags, and that keeps it less contaminated?
No, we bag it in paper.
Yeah,
because plastic.
I meant paper, I said plastic.
That's okay. Yes, it is.
And that way, if the plastic corrodes or whatever, it doesn't affect the...
Right. So often with plastic, mold will grow because air can't get in there to allow wet material to dry.
And then when it gets back to the lab to be tested, or what happens when it gets back to the lab?
So when it comes back to the lab, it's entered into our system, our evidence system, and it is sealed and dated and sealed in the paper bags.
Is it further examined at the before
It depends
that?
on the item of evidence. Sometimes it is like further documented right then. Sometimes it's further documented later as the need arises.
Okay. Now, we've been given access to something called the PMI evidence tracker. Is that what you mean? It gets logged in?
Yes.
And so, now, we saw, I think, the suitcase, that was actually opened at the scene, right?
It was initially opened at the scene, yes.
Okay. And that's where, like, the Dan Boudreaux note was found at the scene?
Correct.
Okay, and so was the sheath to the USMC knife?
Correct.
Okay. If I could have one moment.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Your Honor.
Redirect. Thank you, officer. You may step down. You're free to go. Anybody else you have to do today?
I released my property witness because it was going to take over an hour, so
Yeah.
sorry, I thought we should go a little longer. That would be fine.
All right, folks, we have gotten a lot of work done today. Thank you so much for your attention to this matter. I want to go ahead and send you home for the day with the same instruction you've heard a dozen times already, and that is please do not discuss this case with anyone. There has been media coverage, and so I'm going to encourage you once again to avoid any coverage of this case, either through print, radio, or television, or internet, and including social media. So it might be good for you to take a week off from social media. It might be good for your mental health. So thank you so much, folks, for being here today. We will start right again tomorrow at 9 o'clock, so just check in a few minutes before 9. We'll take you back here and keep you socially distanced. Please go with the officers. Have a good night, folks. One more thing. Please take your notebooks with you. We're going to collect those and lock them up for you tonight. So take everything with you this time. I'll see you in the morning at 9 o'clock. All right, Evan, you may be seated. All right, any issues from the state?
I do have, they heard that it would not fit on a DVD, 6
Okay.
or 8 had to put on a thumb drive, so if I can mark it.
This is one of the hardest days. So tomorrow we'll get started right at 9 o'clock. The doors will be open somewhere around 8:30. Have a good night, folks. Court stands adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.